This takes a second to start up. Welcome back. We're doing some Rust Console Edition. We're checking out some of the new features. I'm going to be trying to build in a couple different systems and setups. Sorry, the custom server should be up and running now. It took me a bit to kind of get things running, but it should be good. Oh my. Look at all the sulfur. We'll cook that later. Perfect. What we're going to focus on is doing, I guess you would call it, I mean, in loose terms, maybe an unrateable base. Maybe, kind of, sort of. What's up? Luciano. MT and Danielle. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Sorry for the late start today. Yeah, and the custom server should be up and running now, because there was like an update, and then I was double checking some stuff to make sure everything was good to go. So that didn't come back online till like I think 2 in the morning. So it took a hot second for sure. Ta-da! We'll mess with that a little bit later, but what's up? Trevor says, what's up, brother? What up, B? So I was messing around with this yesterday, and it seemed to work pretty well. I guess we'll have to find some sort of elevation change, so maybe we have to head more towards the shoreline on this particular map. Oh, you know what? I guess it doesn't matter, because we're going to do an elevated piece anyway. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it like this. Okay, so I'm trying to remember what I did first. Hopefully this will make sense here in a minute. So, and I was testing this the other day, and it does work remarkably well. So obviously you know this mechanism. This should be nothing new for most people. We've got... Wait, how did I do that? We'll do it the old-fashioned way so you kind of know what this is. The good old stability bunker. Tried and true. Well, actually, you know what? I haven't tested this since the update, so maybe this has changed. You know what? Let's try it out real fast. Oh, speaking of which, you know what? Hold on. They said they changed the filters, or they added more, so let's take a look real fast. Seasonal, that's new. Armor is its own piece now. Weapons, melee weapons ranged. Ammo and explosives, weapons, security, decoration, miscellaneous, medical, electrical. There's components. Beautiful. And do we have comps in here too? Okay, cool. Alright, so we've got new categories now. Thank goodness. Whew. Okay, so that's good to see. It's going to help with our sort system, which we are going to do today. Let's go ahead and do this here real fast and just double triple check how all of this is shaking out for us. Okay, so before the update yesterday, this did work, and I hope it still does. I'm going to say that it probably does. Probably. Most likely. We'll parlay this into something else as well. What's up, fellers? I gotta sit up straight. My office is burning up. So what this kind of structure is here is something I was experimenting with yesterday. One of the few times I'm not on stream, but I was just I was on longer than I thought, so I ended up just messing with this for most of the night last night. And I think we've got something halfway decent here for sure that we'll be able to use in the future. Okay, so that's all locked up. Let's see if this still works. So apparently these corners are kind of blind corners for the piping, which won't be a thing in the future, but we can totally use it now. Well, it was. Actually, I have not tested this since the update. So if you keep it in this like corner, you see how the pipe is coming up through here? We should be able to place a tile over that, which again, this is a behavior that was happening in February of last year on PC, which also leads me to believe that our hybrid is built off of that. Oh, 100% we can do it. Alright, so there you go, guys. What a massive win that is. Way back when this came out on PC, we know because we were testing it. This was the thing. Obviously, they're going to block this at some point. But people were doing this. So that's hot. There'll be other ways we can make the bunker or pass it along to make it more difficult for people to raid. But since this is a thing for us now, we should just do it. So essentially what this would be like, I don't know, would it be almost like a pumping station that's in between two bases, or three. And what this will act as, like an extender for, because think about it, if you've got, just for argument's sake, if you've got a base over here, a base right here, and a base over here, right? What we want to do is have this thing go, hey, I'm getting raided. Take your valuables and put it here. Right? And then if this is getting raided, it'll pass the loot on to this guy. Or more importantly, the centerpiece is more of like an extender. So if you don't have your base super close, you can use this as an extender. So you could rope this off to like multiple things, right? You could have it be, you know, 3 bases, whatever. So like, they have to fully raid all 3 bases to get any kind of explosives, items out of there. Which we've tested heavily on PC, I don't know, about 6 months ago. We've been kind of developing it slowly over time, and I was like, okay, so like when industrial comes, which honestly I thought was going to take a second, but the fact that this came now, I was like, dude, let's bust this out. So it did work for us. So I want to see in our current build, which actually may lend itself to being much easier for us to pull off, since we can put it through tiles right now, probably for a handful of months. Okay, to put it this way, it'll be nice if we get to do this till the end of the year. So anyway, if you're a solo, you would build a bunch of small bases, and then it would be able to detect when it's being raided. So I try to create a very cheap, would it be a pump house or whatever? So essentially this can only go so far. I think it's 20 meters, right? So that's 20 blocks. So I think with disconnectable TCs and our ability to kind of push the area, I think we'll use this little house to kind of give us a bit more length on this rope here, because if you have this going in between structures, it's not the pipe that's vulnerable, it's the connecting pieces. So whether it's this, whether it's a splitter, we need to protect it. So if you needed to extend it by some stretch, having this cheap gatehouse but protected would be nice. And it's just another place for you to kind of dump off your loot. So what I want to do is do like an open concept here of, oh man, have I been watching Home and Gardening Network? Open concept? We're going to do a concept here where the back wall is open. So open concept, yes. And we'll see if our system works. And you might be asking yourself, Jade, that's all fine and dandy, but how do you detect offline raids or just raids in general? Well, there was an old school way you can do it. It was very expensive. You basically put different things on the wall that would be able to detect whether or not a wall has been missing. Well, and it costs 75 metal per wall, basically. But now we've got this little guy here that's coming in our update that will detect an explosion in a radius. So you can set that. So it is a very cheap way for us to pull this off. We can even have this little pump house have its own set of power, very, very cheap. And we can have it also kind of like do some things. Because also, I don't know if you guys knew this, but these guys also take industrial inputs. By the way, this is, again, from February last year on PC. This is supposed to be slid down to this position so we can use this inside of a standard loot room. So that'll change at some point, but just know that this is, if you've got shelving in your loot room, which most people do for your TC, this is going to cause a problem. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It'll slide down eventually. But what's really cool is we can actually move things in and out of here. And if I'm not mistaken, let me run over here real fast. And now they've changed this on PC recently, and because we have the hybrid version, I don't know where we stand with this. So let me go recycle a bunch of these bad boys real fast. So you're going to want to put things like crafted materials. So your little cake packages, right? I don't know how early I can say this in the stream. You know what I mean? That come out of the C4. You could have a bunch of your GP inside of your tool cupboard. There's cool things you can keep inside of the TC. Like electrical components, or more specifically stuff that has tech trash, computer, the camera. Although tech trash does not go in there. Actually, you know what? Let me double triple check that. Anyways, point is, on PC, that has changed. They made it so you can't put those things in the tool cupboard, but at least we'll be a year behind, so at least we'll be able to pull this off. So what I'm saying is we should be able to hand these off to the tool cupboards even at the pump station. So if we're smart with the logic on the sensor, we should be able to come up with a system that's really smart about like moving the loot around. And if it's detecting multiple raids, it should split the loot between all locations, and then as walls start to come down, then it can start pushing it out. So even if somebody knows it's a smart base, they literally will have to raid 3 bases completely to get anything. And then we'll mess with the sorting system. Did it release yet? No, it should be in 6 days now, because we're in Friday. So less than a week. Very exciting. It is unfortunate we can't move tech trash, but I know a lot of us usually keep cameras and stuff loosey-goosey. I know I do, because you never know what you're going to use it for, either a turret or if you need it for an actual camera, whatever. So this would be a good place for us to try this out. And somebody suggested in one of my video comments, they're like, hey, you can actually smelt stuff by going to the quarries and run them. I'm like, you're right. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but that's genius. So what we're going to do is, well, I have been running those, so we should have something we can cook in the electric furnaces. By the way, they did supposedly turn down the volume to the correct volume for the furnaces. We'll see. I haven't had a chance to check that yet. Very exciting. So we should be able to put these little cake packages inside of our TC. Why was that in there? Did I accidentally press that? Was that in there from earlier? Did I loot something? Huh. So anyways, you can prioritize what's going to be thrown out of the TC or inside of your base. You can even have a small box that keeps all your boom in it, which I think a lot of people do. And that's your evac box, where if you're getting raided, it gets dumped. Ideally, you would have 3 small bases completely HQM'd, preferably a bunker that's completely sealed. And so they have to hard raid 3 solid bunkers before they get anything. They literally on the 3rd one won't get anything to boost the raid or anything of high value until they crack open the 3rd one. And chances are they're not going to know. Well, until it's too late. They'll probably figure out when they see some piping, but I think they'll be a base and a half deep before they figure out what's going on. And they'll be like, we're out of cheese. And I'd be like, that's the point. That's a lot of cake. That's a lot of cake. And then we'll do like 110 of this. So hopefully get some GP out of this too. So if you had a bunch of cooked GP in a box, it'd be able to move all this. So this is why we're kind of cutting this out here. So we have a good simulation for it. So the trick is really making sure that you can get inside of the bunker with enough rope, because you have 20, is it 20 meters? 20 meters before you can actually pull it all the way in. And if we can get this nice and condensed and do this in modules, we're going to be using this on base all the time. Because we often will have more than enough materials for us to do, you know, 1 base, but at least 2. What's up? What's up, Ramirez? What's up, buddy? We had a late start on the custom server today because we had to make sure to see if things were cleaned up, as there were performance issues prior, so... Yeah, I didn't come back online until like late, which isn't typical, but I really wanted to see if we could address the issue, see if we can get it back to its formal glory. If not, we'll just open another one and then just shutter that one, because I did like a cold, would it be a cold reinstall, like a complete reinstall, as much as the interface would let me, but I wonder if it's like a full reinstall or not. You know what I mean? Because I think that's part of it. I think it's because it's been running for like 8 months straight. I think it's been having issues. So either way, I've got the backup plan ready to go for next week. If there's still performance issues, we'll pinch it back to 50. We'll bring the other one online before next week, and that'll be our main. with the same settings, and we'll transfer all the VIP stuff over there. And then we'll either shutter that one, the one that we have been using, but either way, you should be able to find us with the same search, and then we'll start promoting that server ID once I know things are stable. So long story short, a lot of testing to make sure that the server is consistent again. Because through my research, I have found that other servers do not have the same issues, and I have brought in numerous people, numerous times, to check the server, and everyone's like, oh, everything's great. I'm like, but it's not though. Like, it's not. You're right, because when it goes over pop 50, it gets all goofy, which is one of the reasons why we had to pitch it. Because it would crash and stuff, you know. So anyways, long story short, we should have a nice fix for it this week and moving forward. Hopefully whatever I did earlier today, I mean, I did a lot of stuff. Hopefully that addresses it, but even if it's not, we've got a nice failsafe. And then I guess we'll use the other server as we switch it over to like test stuff and to see if it like gets back to the way it was. Dude, we got a lot of stuff to test now, boy. Oh my goodness. Okay, need to put that in my backpack. Man, note to self, recycle C4 next time. My goodness. That's silly. Can you imagine running around with this in your backpack? Oh my goodness. And then we'll be running a lot of events and stuff off the new server, whichever one's consistent, and so that should bring it back up. Okay, it's looking pretty good. I probably overkilled it. I'm blind. So anyways, we're going to put these two guys up and see if our detection system works the way we think it does. And then we'll do a sort system and then a raid detector. And essentially those kind of curtail into each other. I think today is the auto locker system that's going to be released. Is the video on the the schedule. See if this thing cleared out over here. We're going to grab some more materials. We're basically getting a bunch of raw sulfur so we can test the cook system too, to make sure that it's the battery's back where it needs to be, the logic is clean. So I had somebody say they had some issues with the setup, and I was like, I wanted to double triple check, make sure it's working the way it should. Alright, so we still have 150 rust watt minutes, but the maximum output is still 10. Alright, so that is not where it should be. It should be at 15 now. But we can still make it work with what we have, so I'm not terribly worried about that. Oh my. Oh my. Get me out of the doorway. So yeah, if you're getting like stalked out by like a big group, which is usually most solos, this system should really help with mitigating a lot of that BS, right? Because you're basically making it a super hard raid. Nice. Okay, so we can still stick that in there. Awesome. So we'll stick a lot of the cake in there. So you can already see if your TC is plugged in. If it detects the raid, it can start shipping your, obviously you want these out first, and then you want GP, and then probably your high quality, the raw first. And then things like computers, and so I'm pretty sure we can prioritize that. I think it'll grab it all at once, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty robust. So we can make charcoal with this, we can do all kinds of goodies. Perfect. Let me stick another big old stinky box in here. What's up, guys? Hi. So yeah, not too much longer, and we're going to be in the middle of it. It's going to be great. Alright, that's pretty good. Let's keep going. Ooh. Let's make sure this is running, then we'll go check the high quality, what is it, quarry. So yeah, we got some stuff to cover for sure. Hopefully as we build this and we get suggestions from the chat, the pump house section of this and how we're going to connect the bases, hopefully we get it nice and streamlined. We're going to test it in a full-blown environment, so it will be interesting. That's the best way to do it. You get the concept going, get it nice and cheap, and then run it on a few wipes and see, you know, I feel like that's really like banging the pipes, you know? So I'm going to be playing a bit of Skull and Bones, so I'm sitting here. Okay, okay. Just going to wreck ourselves real fast and go across the map. Then we'll start doing our test builds and stuff right here. It's nice and flat. Now, we'll try to incorporate the wedge after we've solved whatever this is here, because you'll start with the wedge and then you can go to the pump house and then to another base. Or if we get the spacing right, we can just leave out the pump house. But I wanted to have a solution for both, because sometimes, you know, you're not always able to do a terrain bunker into, you know, whatever else. Or it's not always in the cards. Give me just 1 second. I am lost already. Hold on. Where am I? That'd be nice too, because we'll have all this really cool stuff available for us to use on custom servers as well. Not to mention the custom zones and us kind of working out some stuff. We're gonna have some really neat stuff going on. Because we ran events before, but like those extra zones really help us out a lot. So I'm excited to mess with that. Nice, 460 is a good amount. Go throw this in base over here, and then we'll fast travel back. I want to say it's up here somewhere. Oh. So yeah, we're going to get our loot room up to see how loud it is. And hopefully the industrial crafter volume has been put down too, because that was excessively loud. Sorry, privacy screen's up for just a little bit longer. Hello, Clarice. Looks like they did some adjustments to the backpack too. That's kind of hot, not gonna lie. I think we'll take a lot of this. We don't need that. That's pretty good. Oh, it's so hot and sweaty in here. Gross. Okay, so this is probably going to make more sense here in a second. So essentially we got this airtight bunker that goes all the way down, and then we'll be able to Bring it back up. Now, I think I was able to do this without... Oh, let me just double check. Let me try. Hopefully that's not too obnoxiously bright. I'm pretty sure I was able to squeeze this whole thing together. So I think I did something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure it still worked. Oops, probably not high quality on that. Double check to make sure it still works. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, it did last night. It most certainly does. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, so the trick is, if you're going to drag it up, it needs to be more to the side. If you do it in the middle section here, it's not going to work. That has been confirmed. Eventually this will get patched at some point, but considering how far back we are, I think we have a couple months, I think. Which is good news. So we're probably just going to do a standard, what would it be? Stability bunker. Jeez. Off of this guy. And I think the way I had it was like 6 out. Something like that. I'm kind of doing this freehand, so. Hold on, I made notes. Now I'm drawing a blank. It's kind of like going on stage, you're like, I forgot my material. I forgot my material. You like blank out. Who's with me? Oh yeah, let's see if this improved. Hold on. Let's do it over here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want to test now that we've got an update. How much did they fix? Now, this definitely works, but it's pretty fickle, and I would definitely practice this in Builder's Paradise, because it is something else. Oh, is the road blocking me there? Probably. Okay. We can just do it over here. No big deal. So I know a lot of you are probably like, alright, so how many furnaces can I stick in a square? You can fit in a 1 square, 1 by 1 half, you can fit 9. And then you can put another 9 on top, so that's 18. But most of us don't have honeycomb that's square. So you might be going, hey, is it possible to jam a bunch of these things inside of a triangle? Yes. Although since we have weird positioning on our... You have to really like do it in stages, because if you don't, you're gonna like pick it up, drop it down again. I think, was that right? You're able to fit 6 in here, but it's a little fickle. It does get easier with subsequent patches, but it's a bit, you know. But what's cool though is you can definitely get this all locked in to some honeycomb, and as long as you got a pipe like supplying it and a place for your outlet, you're good to go. So it's worth it to kind of like figure this out, because I mean almost everybody has triangle honeycomb, so wouldn't it be nice to have this just cooking your stuff? Because 3 furnaces is great to start, and 6 is definitely a good amount. Now yeah, the hardest part of this is probably connecting everything like this. And having a place for all the power. So we'll probably have to pick this up like 50,000 times, so bear with me. It's the way it was the first time I did it. So this back one's going to be pretty hard. Actually, you know what? They messed around with the placement, so maybe I can get it now. Hold on, let me try. So if this guy crosses that this lip right here, that corner that's touching, you won't be able to place a wall, basically. Oh, is it back? Hold on a second. Hold on. Did they change the? Now I gotta know. Hold on. I mean, I know a lot of this is for me, but hopefully this is helping some people out that are going to be doing some building. I know a lot of the stream's going to be for me, because I'm like, how do we get this thing right? Because, dude, the more we can make it dirty and cozy and harder to raid for solos that, you know, are getting pounded by Zergs, the better. And I think this update's perfect for us. I mean, I'm not always solo, but I am, you know, a lot of the time. Alright, that should still fit. I don't think that'll be a problem. Unless I didn't have it over far enough, which could be the case. And that's definitely the case. Okay, great. What's up? What's up, Chain? What's up, dude? Did I not put this one over far enough? Pretty sure I did. Oh, I was like, thank goodness. Alright, it is in the back. Great. Alright, so before the update, we're able to place this on the side through box. Oh, we still can. Okay, well, then I would say just go ahead and do that, right? Why we can still do it. Because really what you can do is you can put two furnaces like this and then just, you know, connect that way. Alright, I just wanted to see if they changed that. So basically, you could put another furnace just like this, which is very condensed. Which again, this was like this on the PC last year, February. So, I mean, you can see why that's pretty OP, because then you've got all this front room too, and you can put a lot of the circuitry up on the lip, so you can still have small boxes here. So that's good. I mean, I'd say use it while you got it. But here it gets a little fickle. More than fickle. And this is nice, dude. Like, having this, and I actually have a video on this already, but having, like, a couple furnaces cook, you know, like, you just got your input and output is really nice, because, you know, your loot rooms are all over the place, and it'd just be nice to have a nice slow cook without any wood while you're out there doing stuff. You know, because, like, while you're doing monuments, cargo ship, whatever, you know, farming other stuff, it'd be nice to come back to some smelted material without having to chop down half a forest. Do you know what I mean? Super Dave says, I feel the solo struggle. Dude, yes. I know sometimes I'm duo, but a lot of times I'm playing solo. So I know this stuff seems pretty crazy at first, but I think it's worth it. So, like, I mean, if you got PTB now and you're a solo, learn some of this stuff. Like, I would say my basic, you know, I don't know why I don't have the link. Hold on. The one, the easy auto-smelter, what you can do with the Workbench 1, if you do nothing as a solo, or you're only going to do one industrial thing, at least do that. Because, dude, I'm telling you, right away, as you're getting your base together, this thing can be auto-cooking for you, and it feels like a big furnace. Obviously, the wood consumption's higher, but it's all protected, and you don't have to make a huge, like, footprint to do it. I think it's really nice. Let me, I should have a command for it, but I don't think I do. Hang on, I'm just grabbing it for you real fast. And I know it looks crazy at first, but get into Builder's Paradise now if you can, and just try it. And you can do it with just wood. So, like, go and recycle the wood walls and just have that process do it with just wood, because it'll cook the wood, turn it into charcoal, so the system will work. But you can do all of it with minimal components with a level 1. And literally in the first 20 minutes, I've got my base up, and I've got that plugged in, and it's actually in my honeycomb, which makes it super dope. I think I found it. Okay, yeah, early auto-smelties. And it doesn't use electric furnaces, because that doesn't come until level 2. Plus, it's kind of expensive to get to if you don't find one. This runs off a car battery and 1 solar panel. It's sick. It's disgusting. I'll pin it as well. So yeah, so if you don't dive in deep, that's fine, but at least learn that. Because it's going to help you so much. And you'll see like, oh, I can make this very, very simple. I have no root combiner. I've got a solar panel and a car battery. That's it. And it runs the whole damn thing. Never do power? We have to change that habit. Yeah. Well, if anything, the power component for that is so simple. For the one I just linked, you don't have to go too deep. So like I said, jump into PTB and try that build. Right? Then build a bunch of these guys here. Like, okay, so if you go to Builder's Paradise, find a place that's got a recycler. So, I don't know. Go to the mining outpost or something, right? And then just make a bunch of walls. Where are the walls? Back here? Make a bunch of wooden walls and then recycle them. Right? Then take the wood with you back to camp. And then that way, that can be the material you use to run through the system. And just set it up, dude. I'm telling you, it's going to be so worth it. I was kind of surprised. Like, I've been using this since it came out on PC, but like, I always kind of went the electrical furnace route, which is tight, but I never really hooked up a lot of the old school furnaces, and I was like, I wonder how early I can do this and how feasible that is for most players. The answer is you can do it super early, and it helps you tremendously. And then I'll maybe get the wheels going, and you're all greased up to do something bigger later. Let me go grab this one. Think about the rest of that. It's so tight, dude. And then learning to have a bunker sealed and then have an automatic box that pulls into your bunker is dope. Then adding a sort system on top of that. So most people have a component box, a weapons box with ammo, armor box, and then like a materials box inside their main loot room. You can set it up where it also pulls that all in and sorts it and throws it in those boxes. That's a little bit more advanced, but dude, so worth it. Like when you see it, you go, this has changed my life forever. Like actually using it in a real environment, like, and being able to do it super early was like a game changer. Oh man. Still doesn't put it to the bag. Okay, well. It's dope. And it's nothing super crazy like that easy auto-smelter with the level 1 furnace. Dope. I've got them basically set up where I've got different modules you can do on the base, so you can go as big or as small as you want to. But that auto furnace in the beginning is so crucial. Like, we've run it for multiple wipes now, and there's no way I can do a base without it now. Like, the first thing I'm going to do every wipe is go to the outpost. Well, okay, to be real, the first thing you do every wipe is go do the boar mission, right? Cash in, get $100, buy a horse. Use 25 to do treasure mission. Get on the horse, go do the treasure mission, take your components, recycle it at the outpost. If you don't have enough money, hit some signs, recycle that, buy a jackhammer for 150, right? Then any extra stuff you have, go to your level 1 workbench. And look at this, dude. It's nothing on the tree. You'd think it's a lot, but it's not. It's switch, $20. Car battery, $20. This is kind of expensive. This is the most expensive thing, $75. Then all you need to run that easy furnace is this guy here, which is $20, and then the conveyor, which is $20. You can do these later. And then any extra metal or money you have, buy metal fragments at the outpost so you can start making these components when you get to your base. And you can start like cranking it. And then by the way, if you don't have a solar panel, you can buy one at the same outpost for $75. I don't know, it depends on how much you want to risk. I know that's quite a bit to have on you when you're running around with no base. So maybe you want to set up the base first, but like I literally get these things and then I go set up a base. And now that we have a backpack, know what I mean? It's so nice. And then like, for me personally, I make like a small horse pen so nobody can steal the horse, right? It's usually something like this. This should be no shock to anybody that's seen me play. I usually set up a horse pen like this. It just off the side of your base, nothing crazy, right? Because most of the time you don't have enough stone to do anything. That's fine. Watch, boom, boom, boom. Right? You don't need a lid on it. You just need enough so nobody steals your hoopty. Right? Just like this. Dude. And a freaking wooden lock. And then your horse will stay alive so much longer. Yes, somebody could jump in and kill the horse, but you really gotta have somebody pissed off. When you get enough money, buy a trough, throw it down. If you don't have any pumpkins around, go to the outpost. I'm sorry, bandit camp. Buy some pickles. They're $1 for 6. Right? Then you can feed your horse. Right? But you don't need this right away. Get your utility out of the horse first. And then once you've got a horse and a jackhammer, go out to the desert, right? And farm every node that's in the open. If anything farts the wrong way, get on your horse and take off. Take a stack of 10 pickles with you. you'll be good to go. Only farm the stuff that you know you can get away with. And then bring it back to your base, you're good to go for like days. Then you can add the rest to your base, you're good to go. The open pen off your base is the shit. It really is. Because it's all wood, so if you don't like it, you can chop it down later. Most people see this and go, this guy is poor, I don't want to mess with him. Unless you really piss somebody off, they're usually not going to jump in the top of your horse pen and kill your horse. Oh yes, and another super huge tip for anybody playing, anybody, especially us solos. When you buy a horse, no matter what, make a shoe or buy a shoe for it before you do anything. It will save your stam, right? Because resources are low. I mean, if you get a high quality, great, but I can't always afford that. If you can't afford a high quality shoe, take those metal fragments at the outpost and craft yourself a standard shoe. I'm telling you, no matter what horse you have, put a shoe on it. It's gonna save the stam burn so much. And you can also stack saddlebags on your horse too. But if you don't need them, take them off, because look, they take down 3.6 kilometers. Right? So, you know, you probably want the speed. So like, look, I didn't have any rivers around here, so I just put pickles in there. Plus, pickles are less apt to be eaten by your teammates or you, because you mostly throw up when you eat them. I tell you, that start plan, I mean, I use the wedge, but you can use whatever. It's low key, it's got a nice, or I should say the barn wedge, because it's got a little horse pen on the side. That now mixed with that easy auto smelt is the shit. And then when I get enough money, dude, sometimes I build another bunker. Sometimes I got 3 running. That's why we're trying to figure out a good system to connect them and then be smart about it. But like, I'm telling you, with the jackhammer and a horse with horseshoes and pickles is the move. Only farm the shit that you can run away like a bitch. Alright? I'm telling you. Like, I don't farm around rock formations because the grubs will be waiting there with like a spear or something, you know? You want to see the geared guys coming and you want to book. You want to get enough utility out of that jackhammer and horse before they die, or you lose your jackhammer. Sometimes you lose it, but that's okay. You can always make another 150, and remember the boar mission and the treasure mission reset every hour. Yeah, see, that's how you probably can't stick a wall there. No, you cannot. Yeah, that's awfully tricky. Did that not go back far enough? Did they make it so we can't ride that corner? Or am I just blind? Yeah, the barn wedge is the shit. Yeah, I think this other guy, I need to pull him to the left a little bit. This dude. Yeah, that's why if you're going to fit him in these triangles like this, I would say definitely try this on Builder's Paradise, because this is fickle. Until you can place these down every time with no error. Because can you imagine having to pick this up every time? Dude, these are stupid expensive. You see what these cost? That's why if you find a decayed base, steal all of them. You see how much this bitch costs? Look at this. You're gonna throw up in your mouth. Per furnace, 5 and 200. That's a lot for a solo or even a small team, right? If you're gonna do 9 of these, buddy, that's expensive. Know what I mean? So yeah, you want to make sure that you're figuring these out. I want to pivot this out just a little bit, because I think it was stopping this guy from putting down. Oh yes, and vending machines have changed drastically. We found that out like pretty early on. Yeah, that's not going to fit either. Man, did they change that positioning? Vending machines you can't place in front of windows anymore. They're very, very fickle, which is strange because that just came in on PC and we've got that update, but we don't have, we've got old furnaces. Anyways, just a heads up. If you've got like an open loot room or you're heavy with vendies, try your configs on builders because, okay, yeah, I just had it too tight. Because you're going to be hurting. You can't really undo those. Okay, I think I got it now. Alright, so this gets awfully tight very, very quickly. And the positioning of this right here gets a little tough. I know I've been just destroying this left and right, but wars on my server have been gone for like 3 days. Sometimes some servers, and I've seen this, for whatever reason during the wipe, they're not spawning boars. I don't know if it's a glitch or whatever. So if you're gonna do the other mission, which is the deer mission, which can be rough, only do it if you've got what is it, a water pipe, a pumpy, or a double barrel on a horse, because then you can drive past them and jack them, because they can't really run away from you because you'll chase them down with the horse. And if that's too much too, let's say it's just really rough, because dude, shooting the deer is tough. Then go do the what is it, mission over by the fishing village, where you turn in the crude for $100, and you can do the deep sea treasure mission, get the components, and get a pumpy. I'm gonna place this real fast one more time. I know I'm a spaz today. Alright, they said that they changed the way you can place these now. Oh. Oh, you can! Oh, that changes things. Okay. Okay, before I had to do it in order, but now I can reach it. Okay. Dude, I'll take that. Alright, so you can string these together, which is fantastic. As a matter of fact, if our components are riding here, let's just cluster this here. Oh, it's real picky. Oh, okay, hold on, hold on. So it was a subtle change, but this is good. This is really good. Normally I pick this up, but this is Builder's Paradise, right? You know. Alright, so I think I have to pull this. Alright, so see how my corner is right there? If I go past that band on this triangle, I won't be able to place a wall. But I want to back it up just enough where I can use the left side of this. Oh, got real picky. Oh, yes. Okay. So technically, we can connect all of these guys into one unit. So the output for this should go into the in here. Looking good. Then we should be able to reach it through here. Oh, man, they made that so much easier. Thank goodness. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Let's have it... let's have the in or out land here. Okay, so the problem is... sorry, I should be probably explaining this. The problem is when this is sealed up like this, our access point is here, limiting a lot of our reach down here, which means we'll probably have to have some kind of node under the lip here that's easy for us to hit. Same thing with electricity, so if something gets unplugged or whatever, we can get to it. Because let's be honest, when this is a stone wall and it's not Builder's Paradise, that's pretty annoying to get to. Yes, you can jackhammer it, but who wants to do that? Not me. So the idea is we have all the access points we need under this lip or accessible, because we'll be standing down here on these walls on the side. So technically, we would need a good way to throw in a connection and then throw it out. So to condense all of these into one, the outputs, we could do a combiner pretty easily. Let's see how easily we can connect these. That's the in, is the out back here. Oh, I do like the way they changed that. Man, that was impossible to hit last time. We had to do this in stages before, which is super annoying. I mean, we're hitting other nodes, but at least we can reach it through the box. So here's the other one. So it should be like right... ah, I had it. I had it. Bingo. So the input for the system is here, and the output is here. So to say that that's in, let's just make that yellow, I guess. Oh, that's so much easier. Thank goodness they did that. Oh. 5 and 200 is crazy, isn't it though? So like, if you, I know it's not, some people are like, they see standard furnaces in a base that's decayed, they're like, okay, that's cute, but I'm telling you, dude, grab them. The electric furnaces are $1 million. Right? Most people are like, ah, it's just a furnace. I'm like, no, no, no. The electric furnaces are money. And even if you have enough, you can either sell them in a vending machine, because it's pretty far down in the chain for people trying to get started. So like, it's worth it. So either sell them, recycle them, or keep them. Yeah, these are some pretty high value items to be just chilling. And to be fair, all these beautiful components we have, right? Conveyor, splitter, combiner, those are all 75 metal. If you're just starting off, this can save you a lot of metal fragments, especially if you're going to be doing your early smelting. And the most expensive thing, believe it or not, wait, where the heck is it? Did they move it? Oh, they slid it up. Oh, nice. Oh, that used to be all the way down here. Oh, okay. That's dope. This is 100 metal fragments per. So, and you need that on each item or box you're going to be interacting with. So each furnace and each box. So that can, you know, right away, if you have 2 boxes and 3 furnaces, that's 500 metal fragments off the rip, right? Just for the storage adapters. Then you're adding on your conveyors and stuff. The conveyor got slid down, didn't it? Or is it up? No, it's still up here. That's so cool. They moved that down there. Oh, so much easier on the list. So yeah, dude, that's hot. Okay, okay, girl. We have all the benefits right now. We can even put them through boxes, which is totally dope. Okay, so all of these can be fed through that side. If we really needed to bring this up higher, we could. We could just put this. Man, that's bulky, isn't it? Jeez. I feel like that got bigger. Jeez. That's horrendous. Alright, you know what? Let's change it up. I'm just trying to sort this block out so we know what this is when we do it in the future. Alright, I'm erasing all this real fast. So maybe our input should be right here, because this is where we can see it off the lip. Oof, man, if we get this sorted out... Oh. Yeah, okay, so input would be this guy. That's much easier. And then that's the output. Nice. Easy access. And we can put everything else nice and tucked away in the wall. Because technically, the way these should be piped should be off the rim and then down the wall. They're supposed to be able to go through legitimate openings like that. That's what she said? Okay, I'll just put a couple holders out here so we got something to connect to. Are those horse noises too loud, or is it okay? Yeah, before placing these was torture, but it's so much better now. Oh, thank goodness. So yes, if we're going out, we can ride it. We can either just pull it right through the wall. We're going to have it hit the lip there. And the reason why this is important is because you're going to have to put things like doors or windows in the way. So let's just say the in is green and then the output's yellow, right? So in the future, when we're not using glitches to put things through the wall, you'll have to do them through doorways and stuff. So essentially we want to make it so we can actually hit that window frame normally. By the way, I may sound stupid, and I might be, but when did this change? Was it always like this and I never noticed? Okay, so did anybody know? I don't feel bad if you didn't know, because I literally just figured this out. Usually we put embrasures on top of everything, right? Did you know that these get burned with mollies? Did anybody freaking know that? I sure as shit didn't. Oh, can we not throw these in this environment? Oh, they took it out. Okay. I mean, yeah, people could just throw them and kill the frames. Alright, I guess. What about, we can't fire the flame rockets either. Boo! Oh, man. What about a flamethrower? Can we do that? Oh, they took that out too? Oh my goodness! Alright, let's try this. We'll get flames one way or another. They took out the incendiary rounds too. Oh man. Alright, well I was gonna try to burn. Well, these burn with flames. I didn't know that. Has it been like that forever? I mean, it's good to put up more obstructions in front of your openings, but still, that's crazy. Anyways, I'm super distracted. Alright, let's go back to the items at hand. So that's beautiful. If we could just chain these up so this is the input and that's the output, we're all set. That's the output, and here's the in. So maybe we start back here. This guy goes downstairs. We get the input from the back, industrial in. Wait, I'm so lost. Let me pick this up. It doesn't take much, does it? Here, let's use a more realistic output. So it would come from a conveyor, obviously. So this would have to hit an in. So our in would still be under the lip. Is that still good? Okay, so that's what I was trying to confirm. Alright, so we can still pull it up and over. Alright, well, I mean, that's a thing. Or, I was like, if we stack it like this, can it could be smart enough to like connect, but I don't know, maybe not. So obviously, the difference between this size-wise is pretty absurd, right? You see how thick that thing is? Sticking that up on the frame is no bueno. Yep, so this will be our output. And the input's going to be under the lip. Alright, so we'll start with this. Bring it in downstairs to the in. The output back there. We'll go up here. And then it'll be pushed out to here. Okay, that works. How do we add seasonal events on custom servers? I got you. It will restart the server. It kicks everybody from the server when it turns on. You can only have one at a time. I got you. They also updated the wiki semi-recently, which is kind of cool. This is probably the ones you're concerned with. I would do that on the G portal, and then this one. These two go hand in hand. And then I think for like Halloween would be just Halloween. I think the other one's just straight Easter. The Christmas ones I do know work. There you go, that should help. Pretty sweet. Beautiful. Man, knowing how to cram these into like honeycomb. Because here's the thing. With our little setup over there, once you have your main once you have your main base set up, I have no idea how to get rid of that. Is it? Okay, you hold X. Okay, great. Okay, it's right bumper. After we get like multiple bases set up, having the electric furnace option will be a thing. So if we put this in the wall and we have an auto sorter, oh my goodness. And then we get the like a smart loot system. Literally, we can have it like distribute through the bases. I mean, however we see fit, which is pretty hot. All right. I digress. Let's get back to it. All right, we need a good power system that's gonna be nice and condensed that we can hit through the wall. How does this look in our frame? I think the splitter's not bad. Yeah, okay. That works. Nice, dude. That's... whew. Just with that update, that just made our life so much better. I love it. I think we'll be running a standard wipe tonight as well, so... probably the last one before the big wipe, right? This one's down low. This one goes off to the side. I don't know, I like to get all this like sorted out so we kind of know A, how to place them, but like how we can do these in stages. I'm a big fan of that because, I mean, there's a lot of great bases out there, but a lot of times you don't get the full protection until you've got like a lot of money sunk into it. And I don't know about you, but I get my cheeks clapped well before I've got full protection. I get my buns rocked pretty fast. Alright, that's a little sticky on that side. Let me... Is it going to allow me to place that? Okay, that's very touchy. So, if we're going to do that, we probably need to straighten it out, probably because it's crooked. Okay, okay. This is why we're here. This is why we're doing it. Honestly, I could probably use another one of these. So, we'll stick it here. We need enough of that lip so we can place our... Well, that's awfully fickle, isn't it? Can this one be rotated a little bit? Maybe we do that one. Maybe we do this. Maybe we place this guy, and then we use this one last. Because if it fits, it fits. Right? How picky is that going to be? Oh, man. Because we kind of want that guy up and high, don't we? We could make that one straighter, too. Man, that's awfully fickle. Ooh. I mean, I knew it would be snug, but... Man, picking these up and repairing these would be torture. So you almost want this guy completely in the back here. So you more have to look at the top of the furnace to make sure it's not crooked. Because the feet are very misleading. Alright, so I'm just going to pull it away from that side. So we got a little bit more breathing room. But the question is, do I have it back far enough so we can place that connector? Alright, that's the key. To get the top of the furnace flush and then give yourself some room. Because if you tuck it back too far, they're going to freak out. Alright, let's see if the face goes on this. Alright, now we know the sensitive spots for this. Okay, okay. If we need any crazy connectors... Well, honestly... Can we just reach that back one there? Oh, baby. And that's out? Oh, those are both ins. Okay. Do we have an out over here somewhere? I mean, I guess we could use this in the front. Alright, here's the other question. Does this actually place when I have that on there? Please. It does. Okay, perfect. Do you know when cars are most likely to come out? I'm going to guess early next year. Or maybe even super late this year. Who knows? Cars and minis have a substantial amount of work. Cars have the most work done on them. And we've seen little hints that they're like prototyping them in the background. Like big, big hints. Things that didn't exist until they did cars that are like kind of creeping up here and there. Which is freaking awesome to see. Alright, so really we could put a branch in here. And can we control all of this from these like goofy nodes here? Probably. So really we only need the combiner up here so we can reach, and then we can use the rest. Because if we have an output here, alright, that works. Put that to the in. Ooh, we could combine them. That's the other thing too, right? Because it would be nice if this whole grid just came out as an in and an out, right? So we need to combine the shelves. I didn't really think of that. Alright, the question is, can we fit one of these ridiculous splitters in there? Maybe. So freaking huge. This would go to the different floors. See if that works. Alright, so input's gonna be green. Be nice to have that like accessible though, like off the lip, right? This does make for an interesting conundrum. What does that look like through the frame? Because you really just want to be able to hit this and then work it over the lip, because having to get any further back here is going to be torture. So, if we brought this guy down one, that'd be kind of hot. This would be your technical in and this would be your technical out, right? Because then your output from here, well, I guess it would have to come all the way out, wouldn't it? Sounds really good. Dude, it's going to be the best. What's interesting with this is it's going to have to go out and around. I guess it doesn't matter because these pipes are indestructible, right? Right. I mean, that's going to look kind of stupid. Alright, here's, what do you guys think? Do we get it condensed like this? Man, that does look really stupid. Where it's like kind of coming out of the wall a little bit? Or do we put, and we may not have room like this every time, or do we put these little interfaces here on the side where it's like, okay, the input for this is going to be right there, and then the output comes out to here. Either way, there's going to be some cables coming out. So like inputs and outputs all kind of come into these spots. So yellow would be the output. So output would be like this. Or would it, do you think it'd be better to have it inside the window? My vote's probably for inside the window. Because look, if you can't stick other things here, this is bulky enough where like you can stand on it. And if you have a sleeping bag here, it's going to block spawning. Right? Right. So like, just imagine that these different connectors here, like for this system, these cables would be going inside this window frame, but like your input for this whole grid of 6 furnaces would be green, and then the output from this, whatever they smelt, would be the output. And these would be the interfaces here, like this unit and this unit. So like you could technically just, you know, tap into them. Or would it make more sense to have them tucked away here? I'm going to say probably tucked away. Because these are basically, they look like you can stand on them and interact with them, but they're invincible. You can walk through them. They can't be damaged. They're like cables. I mean, it would look cool on the outside here, but honestly, I think keeping them tucked away is going to be the way to go. What do we think? Stupid? Not stupid? I mean, that's hot, dude. You get 6 furnaces in there and you got enough juice. You got some solar panels on the rooftop, dude, you're good. So if you're going for looks, I'd do the second one. But the first one's better if you ask me. Yeah. It would look cool on the outside. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. Yep. Daniel, he knows. Daniel knows. But man, placing these in the triangle is a real B, isn't it? So technically, we could have this little guy come out and connect it. But here's also what's kind of crazy. Our input down here, which I think is this guy. We're going to have to eventually bring a pipe. Because I'm such a freak about it. I probably want to keep, if they're going to come out, I want them to like be bundled up. Isn't that funny? I'm such a stickler for this, but like my loot rooms, just hot garbage all the time. Yeah, between the floors we're going to have to deal with that though. It's not the worst. Either way you cut it, and then that way you have to take off the window frame to connect. Oh shit, hold on girl. Do we have to do that later? Oh, so this has to be in place. Okay. Did not know that. That's an interesting conundrum, isn't it? That it's sitting outside the lip like that? How come we could place it before though? I am baffled. Is because this is maybe too close to the edge? We were able to place over the bulbous end before, didn't we? Or no? Okay, well, that's another part of this. Yeah, a lot of little gotchas with this, but it's so nice, though, if we get this going. And we will, obviously. Why wouldn't we? Let me turn these on so we can get a battery going real fast, so we can test it under real load. Because our electricity has changed drastically, hasn't it? For the better. And you can run this system off of 3 solar panels, 4 solar panels, and if you're smart about it, like if you've got an exterior switch that will turn these on and off, you can be real smart so it only turns on when there's materials inside, which we can work on if you guys want to see that next. I'm going to put this... I guess let's just throw it back here for now because I don't know where else to put it. They're so loud, I'm just going to stick them out here in exile. That's interesting that the pipes will cause it to not place correctly. That's an interesting, I mean, it's not the worst, but man, it's if you're doing like a complex run or something and you just got it barely coming through, it's kind of annoying, right? This is why we do in Builder's Paradise. Sounds like a tank pump, doesn't it? Like a fish tank pump. We'll do like a pseudo power wall here or something. Maybe I have it like split. I don't know, I didn't really think about this part. I'm mostly thinking about that condensed area. Stuff we can use once we're on the field, you know? I love it. Alright, we can leave a stretch for anything that needs to be on all the time, so that'll be under the switch. Priority stuff under the switch, that always needs to be on, detectors and things like that. Just leave room for it. And then we'll have a splitter off the top. Sweet. And then a room for another branch if we really, really need it. Alright. It's funny how, like, just those small electrical changes have changed the way I organize the electronics now already. I think you'll find you're going to be using every corner of your base for this stuff. Like, a lot of times, for the sort system, I'll usually put that on the ceiling, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so we'll keep these in modules. The floor needs to be... Each of these floors need to be set up first. So let's figure out how the electricity is going to go in there. Thankfully, electricity goes to the floor, doesn't it? We could have this do the first split, because having another splitter in there is pretty tight. So I'll have it branch like this. And then we'll have the exact amount off the branch. Branches are awfully smart now, so they're not going to constantly burn, which is great. Each furnace, we use hot colors for this, I guess. Let's see if I can reach this from down here. Should be able to. If not, we'll have to do this in stages, which makes this even more complex. They said they updated the pipes, but maybe they didn't get these guys. That back one, getting that blindly is going to be pretty tough. Okay, there it is. So like right about... Ooh, that is tough. Where's that hot spot? Is this big old thing in front of me blocking it? If we see a little yellow text that kind of pops up and goes away, we can hit it from here. We may have to wire this that way. Ooh, that makes this pretty rough. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to get used to this before we do this in realsies. Yeah, because it wants to stick to that one side, doesn't it? Well, here's the power for this one, by the way. I probably just don't have the spot down yet. Can I get it from here? Dude, that's rough. That's real rough. Can we hit it from way back here? This power switch is here. What about way back there? Oh, wow. Okay, that's gonna be a thing. Yes, we will get auto crafting. DMV trucker, 100%. Yeah, we're gonna have to, we'll do another dry run of this when we're putting the whole circuit together, but we're actually trying to figure out how to do a condensed version of this. For placement first. Alright, so our first pitfall is positioning of the 3 furnaces. We may have to wire them up first, at least the one in the back, and make sure that everything can fit with adapters on. So that's the first gotcha. The other one is to make sure that you can place a wall in front, and also you pipe the 2 floors together after the wall is put in front. Yeah, that's some substantial gotchas. But honestly, once you just see basic furnaces running automatically, you're like, dude, what is this gonna be like with electric? So much crazier. I got you, DMV trucker. I got your back. You ready, baby? You can always click on that, add it to your watch later or whatever. Boom. I got you, B. I love this stuff though. And I don't think the industrial stuff's used quite enough even on PC. It should be. There's a few people that like experimented with it when it first came out, but like I don't see it used in game that often. I mean, yes, you see a little bit of it, but this could do so much crazy stuff, dude. It's awesome. This one you should be able to reach through here, right? Right about, there we go. Alright, so if this guy goes to main power, let's just see how bad the furnace sounds are right now. Hopefully they turned them down, because they were excessively loud before. Oh wait, why did I do that? Wait a minute, I'm so confused. Oh, because the top piece is, okay, yeah. That needs to be, duh. Needs to be 9. There we go, see? Back up a little bit. That's way better. DMV trucker, no problem, dude. I got you, B. I got you, B. Oh, that's so much more. Dude, before those were stupid loud. Oh, I'm so glad they fixed that. It would like give you a headache, straight up. Oh, that's so good. Hell yeah. The other question is, can I reach the power from back here? Wow, that's so far back there, I don't think it likes it. Wow, dude. That's crazy. Oh, that's rough. See what I mean? Oh wow, that's gonna be something else. I did not mean to make that blue. Can I reach it from back here? I think that's the problem. Oh, I can almost get it from here. Okay, so it sits right about there. Yeah, you gotta really know where the positioning is with this then. And the pipes have to be done later. Okay, yeah, the order of this really makes a difference. Because that pipe right there is actually stopping me from... Okay, wow. We'll pull that forward to right about there. Whoops. We still fit a face on there? Whew, thank goodness. Now, I'm gonna be stupid, and... Yeah, so you can reach it right there. Just barely. Okay. The positioning is everything on this. Get your face slammed in there, right on that little dot. Oh. Alright, so this guy being pulled forward almost to the lip is going to be the key to placing that. Oof, that's tough. Alright, does the face still work? Alright, yeah. Okay. Alright, so our branch is accessible. Our... What are these? The splitters should be good. Okay, so industrial in goes to the out down here, right? Right. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, I know. Can we stick this on the top lip? Maybe. You know what? Don't we have to empty that out? I don't think we did yet, did we? Whoops. Yeah, the... What is it? The low detail model still has that crazy weird glow on it. That's alright. That's a lot of damage. We're gonna run that through the system too. See how well. Why did I do that? So used to just going to one container. Loaded. Loaded. So that was 20 diesel off of that. Not bad, not bad. You know what? I'm curious. If we did 300 low grade, which is 1 diesel, how much sulfur does that make? Did I put all of it in there? I don't think I did. Alright, here's the thing. I kind of want to do this while we're talking about stuff too. Because I don't... One diesel... We're going to get a rough idea what this timing is. It'll make sense in a minute. Because obviously getting diesel in the world is obviously good. Because you can turn it into high quality, sulfur, whatever. But what I'm curious about is A, how much do we get from this? And what these conversion rates are. Because you could technically buy a bunch of low grade, get some diesel, and then run this. So you could buy a raid. Kind of. Alright. Automatically eats the diesel first and then it runs. I would say it's like 3 minutes. Alright. I'm pretty sure I can run back and place this. We could just spot it from far too, as soon as that stops. Yeah, it's still running at 2 minutes. I'd say it's like 3 or 5 minutes per. That's what I want to say. Two minutes. Honestly, the best time to run these is with MBs. Okay, there we go. 2 minutes, about 12 seconds. That's not bad. Okay, so one drum does you... I wonder if there's a bit extra. So one drum gives you 1,000 raw. And it's about 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Alright. I feel like if there's more, you get a bit more out of it, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense. If you had 20, that's like 20,000, which is an obscene amount. So essentially, you can run about 5 for the night. It's 5,000 sulfur. I heard the poop. Perfect. So yeah, that's 6 furnaces running. That's not bad. Check it out. They fixed it. It used to be super loud, but now these are 6 furnaces running. I mean, yes, it's got a hum to it, but before it was super loud. So it looks like these have been fixed. Not quite as loud as they used to be. They fixed it. It's not nearly as loud. Ah, so much better. I like not losing my mind when those are on. Beautiful. I mean, we had 2 of them before and it was obnoxious. Ooh, speaking of obnoxious, let's see if this got tamed down a little bit. This was stupid loud before. Sounds like it's not. It sounds like it's very loud. Let's do something very basic. I was gonna say, did they take the bench out? Am I crazy? Very simple blueprint. Just a little bit of cloth. We should be able to run that. No problem. Do I have any scrappy doodles in there? Scrappy doodles. We have so much sulfur to cook. Probably not the best setup, but hey. Should work. In theory. Yes, very good. We should be able to feed this manually. Last time I checked. Off, on, there we go. The red button's the shit, isn't it? Actually, I don't need that. I can do it manually. Forgot. We're just testing this. That's why I'm draping it across everything. Oh, that's the worst. Okay, we should have enough to do this. Open. Blueprint. Oops, probably helps if I turn that on. Very loud. I feel like that was not turned down. Oh my. So essentially, oh my goodness. Yeah, the distance on that's crazy. Yep, that's still extremely loud. So, yeah, the way I have this set up with the basic crafter or whatever is this will craft while you're outside of the base. So your little smelty guys, you can cook GP, you can start cooking bullets, or even, you know, whatever. But do it while you're outside because, dang, dude, that's rough. It's awfully loud. Ta-da! If we have any more sulfur, let's just throw it in there. We just want a lot to cook. sound of poop is everywhere. I don't know if we'll need the water, but I'm cooking it. Oh, there's so much sulfur, it's silly. I just want a big sample size so we can do like a big bulk cook, so we know. Oh yes, the furnace on the side. So we're looking at 9 apiece, so 18 units of power. 18, so probably 20 even for a conveyor in and out. So for one honeycomb, you're looking at 20 units of power. One triangle honeycomb. Man, am I good? I know I'm supposed to load this downstairs. Why did I climb the ladder? What am I doing? That'll take about 16 minutes. 17 or 18 minutes. I think the rates are different for the quarries too, like stone, and I want to say they are, but I could be wrong. Man, these big flat maps are crazy. Yeah, is that right? I'm thinking if we have 6, that's times 2, so that's 12. You could do 12,000. Wait, is that right? 3 and 3 is 6. Yeah, 12,000 at a time. You can cook 12,000 metal on one of those. Oh my. You see how that just goes off? Whoa, dude, that drop off's crazy. I don't know if we'll need it, but it'll be nice to have. Anyways. Yeah, you can do 12,000 metal in there. That's crazy. We should do, while we're figuring out the rest, we should set up a dummy system and see how long it takes to load 12 slots fully. Just like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Ta-da! It's force a habit to just grab everything out of there. It's a good habit to have. Yeah, the auto-crafter is very loud. Yeah, we should just have a normal box and see how long it takes to load. See if it's close to my initial tests. It's like 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Somewhere in that ballpark. See how long it takes to do like 250, 500, then 1,000. So knowing those intervals, I think will help quite a bit. Yeah, so it's basically a small box, or better, on your back. Oh my goodness, I keep forgetting it goes back into the box. So you know what's crazy is if you have one of these little furnaces in your honeycomb, you can have somebody come in, as long as that backpack's loaded, they can drop it and then walk back out. Right? That's the quickest drop off. Did that just erase it? Oh my goodness, it did. I forgot. The despawn here is crazy fast. Shit. Well, RIP all that. That hurt. Good thing we got a bunch. Oh my goodness. I was like, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Good thing we had a bunch. Whew. We just lost 12,000 stuff. Good thing that's not real, you know what I mean? Whew. I still felt it though. Owie. I totally forgot. Yeah, so basically if you drop a backpack now, there's no good way to get back, because by the time you are able to interact with it, it despawns. That's crazy. Well, at least in Builder's Paradise. Wow, that sucks. Oh, he's all wired backwards. Oh boy. Okay, there it is. I was gonna say. Okay. Whew. Alright, so that's not on, but we can power this guy down here. I want to say it's 2 minutes. We'll see. Alright, so that should be enough to fill up an entire furnace, or this whole wall furnace. So we're going to turn it on and see what happens. Ready? 3, 2, 1, blip. Now they should all be going at once. That's actually not bad. Did they increase that? It's about 40 seconds for 1,000. $122. Not bad. That should be everything out of the box. Perfect. Now the other question is, how well does it vacuum it out? It should be at the same rate. Straightest piping you've ever seen. Actually, I don't think it'll pull it out that way, will it? I don't think so. We'd have to have them fully loaded. And really, it's about cook time at that point. So to have them loaded, load time, you're looking at almost 2 minutes. 40 seconds per. Not bad, not bad. Is it smart enough to pull it out of there? Wait, I'm so confused. It must have had input on that side, right? Because we have stuff in the back. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, we do have it. We didn't have anything left over. That's right. This has to go. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Jeez. I'm like, why is that not working? Because I already plugged it. Whoops. Don't think it'll pull it out of here because it's in the input slot, but you know, it's worth trying. think we did connect it. Oh, we did, because we chained it from upstairs. So I guess we don't need anything from this side, do we? We don't. Oof. When the pipes aren't colored, that's rough. Oh, that's been running the whole time. Yeah, it's not going to pull out of the output. Alright, so we'll have to do a full cook off that. Yikes. Well, that sucks. That's fine. We'll time a whole cook for that, too. Just to make sure we're on the same timer. Actually, we probably don't need a conveyor or anything. We probably just hit the timer on this. Yeah, let's try that. Alright, new timer for cook. I just want solid numbers for the wall cook, you know what I'm saying? While we're doing other stuff. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Yes. We're gonna get it the first 100. Gonna let that run for a minute. Dang, I missed it. I was looking for 750? It was like 5 minutes, 14 seconds, give or take. Yeah, we'll say 5 minutes, 14 seconds, because it was already down a little bit. Sorry, I was just kind of waiting for these calculations to come through, and I stepped away. I took a leak. I took a little too long. So say roughly 5 minutes, 12 seconds. For 500. 500 per furnace. 250 per slot. So all the slots aren't filled up. Obviously, you're losing half of the productivity. Next one will be for 500. We'll have a pretty good idea what the output is. We can stop it at 500, I think. So I want to get nice, like, ballpark numbers so we know how much, when you fully load it, how long it takes to load and to cook certain values. So it's like, yeah, you can load up a whole backpack worth of resources in one, what do you call it, usable honeycomb. I don't know if we'll ever get signs because there's no good way to regulate what's put on there. Could be wrong, but oh, yeah, that's the main reason why. Last time I checked. And if they come up with a good system where it can self-regulate or whatever, sweet. But, or they can tie it into some AI system that knows when people are writing obnoxious stuff. Because the first thing people are going to write are crazy obnoxious stuff and penises. Like, aren't penises obnoxious? I mean, for some. I mean, let's be honest. Every time we put pen to paper, what do? Draw a dick. It is the way. This is the way. Says, yeah. I want painted signs real bad, though. Real bad. So we'll stop it at the 500 mark. It's 1-to-1 on the cook, right? It's when we condense it from GP back down. Yeah, it's going every... Okay. Yeah, prefab signs would be good. I'm with you. Like with some predetermined labels, that would be hot. They should do something like that. That would be awesome. Because then it's like, you know, we could like put something on there. So the next one will be 500 per slot and 1,000 per furnace. So if you have all the slots maxed out, you can get 1,000 out of here every, let's see, the timer's at, oops, We're at 13, almost 14 minutes. It's around 15 minutes. So that's not bad. So if you kind of know those like general rates, you're like, okay, we can go out and do a monument, come back, and then we'll have 12,000 metal like smelted. You don't even have to worry about wood, which is dope. This will use 20 units of power plus the conveyors. Because once you have a feed constantly going in on top of this and then pulling it out, it's kind of hard to get an idea what the number is. I think. Triangle honeycomb furnace. Yeah. Which is pretty cool, man. You used to be able to stick wood in there to make charcoal, but your best bet for charcoal is going to be the bubbler. So if you have like 2 bubblers outside connected to your furnace, you're good to go. So we're just trying to get some round numbers. So if you have all slots maxed out, you can get 1,000 cooked sulfur per furnace about every 16 minutes. Yeah, locked crates or military crates. Adrian. So it's about every 250 is about every 3 minutes, 23 seconds. So that's about 500. Is that right? Oh. Yeah, about every 16 and a half minutes. Whee! Am I streaming on Twitch? No, it's more of like a backup for me. Three, 2, 1, 0. So let's see if I got the right amount. Oh, I did. Look at me go, dude. So the total amount, that's awesome that I hit that right on the nose. So roughly to do 1,000, so we take 2 seconds off that, is 16:56, so 17 minutes. 16:56, give or take. So what's cool about this is now we can take out, see how long it's going to take to move 1,000 units per furnace, right? Because that's a full stack. So that's good information. That's solid information. Yeah, boy. Man, that's so hot that we could totally get this running off of like 1 medium battery, even 2 car batteries to be perfectly honest. You'd have to combine them together, but like you could totally do that. If you're in the Straits of Dire and you need a cooking furnace, you could totally do this. Okay, so let's make sure the output's right here. Had to make sure we had all the numbers. Yeah, so it's about 17 minutes. Yeah, it's like almost 7 minutes for half, and then yeah, these are rough. So about 16:56. So essentially 17 minutes for a full stack. Okay, so let's see how long it takes to move 1,000 out of each of these. First of all, let's make sure I have it plugged in correctly. That would be nice. So the in for this one's here. That's if they're all strung together off of one chain. They're in a series, not parallel. Yay, yay. Okay, perfect. So if this goes in a series, so this should be no different for any other cooked material as well. Okay. See if we can get it at an interval of 500. Okay, ready. 3, 2, 1. I bet it's going to be about the same when it goes in. It's going to probably take about... when we moved sulfur in, it was about 1:40 for both of them. That's if you run it and it's not like constantly pulling out. Say about 43 seconds for 500. So yeah, it's going to be about 1:40. 1:20, 1:40, is that right? Minute 20. Minute 18. One slat from electric furnace. What a nerd! What about wall skins? They're going to come, yes. Dang, dude. So 6,000, because remember, it's for each furnace. Jeez. So to get some rough numbers, so the total output, so we did this for, we had this up, minute, it's about 3 minutes on top of that. So we're looking at 20 minutes roughly, we're cranking out 6,000 cooked sulfur. That's hot. So it'll take about 40 minutes to cook the whole wall. That's freaking sick. Put that back in the base. So we're gonna run some more numbers. Let's get stupido. Let's go grab the other stuff while it's still dark out. These guys still running out here? Probably. Probably. About halfway down. I guess if you ever have large quantities of low grade, which could happen, you can always change it in for, you know, barrels. Yeah. But that's a risk. That's a full-on risk. It's interesting that my lines are still showing up when I have my other stuff on. That's crazy. I mean, that's cool, I guess. That's a glitch for sure. That's funny though. Yes. So we got some rough numbers. That's tight. Yeah. We got it. So it's going to take about 20 minutes to run half of it. If you throw in a whole backpack's worth, it's going to be about 40 minutes for each of these wall furnaces. It's going to take you about 20 units of power. That's hot. And as long as these pipes up, those won't go through. Right? Right. Right. So since we have this all tucked in, oh, because that's going on the side. Right. So technically if we did this, sealed it, yes, we bring the top of this guy down, like this. Let me just see if I have a good setup for this. So output would be these. And the window should go through that. It's just walls and stuff that are very particular. Yes. So this hopefully gives you a good idea of what this furnace honeycomb stuff's going to look like here. We can still access the fuse. We have access down here. If we need to split more, we can. It's pretty good to me. We haven't run another 6,000 on top of, which means the numbers should still be clean if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so what goes in here is this. We'll delete that. What gets pulled out is cooked sulfur. Hell yeah. So while this is cooking, so if you have 1,000 already, because it only takes like a minute 20 for it to load, you should stay on top of those quantities. Perfect. I like it. Alright, so we're going to start this whole process while we're doing some other stuff, and we'll just spot check to make sure our numbers are solid. Probably don't even need to technically worry about that one. Okay, ready? So we should be using 20 units of power. Ooh, 19. Oh, I didn't put the bypass in. Whoopsie poopsie. I was like gonna say, how are we saving 1 unit of power? Because it's not plugged in, that's how. There we go. Now it's on. So now what's happening? We have all these pipes working their way through. We should be able to stick. Yes. Even better. So if we go check the main power, we're pulling 20 units of power, 6 electric furnaces with 2 conveyors, and a sealed piece of honeycomb, and this will crank out roughly 6,000 cooked sulfur every 20 minutes. That's dope. Alright, it almost has the other 6,000 loaded. So this can do 12,000 in 40 minutes. So every 6,000, every 20, 20, 20, 12. Perfect. Yeah, you can literally run this off of 2 solar panels. One if you're choosy with your power, but you're gonna get some brownouts during the day. So what's the maximum from that? I think it's 20 bucks per. Am I right? Maximum. You want to say it's 20, right? Yeah, is that right? Yes. Very good. Ta-da! You might be asking yourself, how many electric furnaces can you fit in a triangle foundation or honeycomb? You can fit 6. If you're really good, you can cook 12,000 units. Every 20 minutes, you're going to get half of that. 40 minutes, you're going to get the full 12,000 units. And it costs 20 power. And you can see that, ooh, talk about usable honeycomb. Squirtle. A Squirtle. Northeast, southwest, northeast. Man, we're starting with a weird day cycle, but and it also changes depending on the season. But we started with what, 100 units of power? Yeah, it's 20 per. So if you've got a good day cycle and a little bit of charge on this bad boy, because the nighttime's what, about 10 minutes or so? So 20 every minute. So you need about 200. Is that right? About 200 for the nighttime? Yeah, so 2 solar panels, a root combiner, and you're good to go. Or if you're really crazy, you could do... Wait a minute. Could you do each shelf on a car battery? I think you can. Yeah, you totally can. Oh, that's sick. You could. A conveyor? Oh, you totally could. That's gross. I just thought of that. So if you don't have the money for the root combiner, because let's not forget, root combiner costs more scrap. Right, root combiner's like 75 bucks, dude. That's expensive. You could technically do it on 2 car batteries and 2 solar panels. They'd be on a separate circuit, but who cares? You're rich. Oh, we actually have the better windows right now. Don't we? We do. We don't have the updated window stuff. Beautiful. It's the same as the stone wall. Bang, bang. You know what's crazy? Actually, let me see if they updated this. Oh, wait. I already have these doors up. What am I saying? We're still 800 and not 1,000. That's interesting. Ooh! Door's 250? Regular door? Yeah, it's like we got some of the nerf, but we didn't. That's weird. So we did another full stack. Oh, that's interesting, because we started slower. It's definitely not going to be as efficient, is it? Interesting. So you kind of have to make sure the stacks are even. As long as the stacks stay even, you have a nice, clean time on it. But if it goes off, you lose the efficiency, don't you? Yes. Yes, you do. Be interesting. Maybe you have it only go when it can fill up everything. I'm trying to think of a way we could like even that out. So yeah, when it's done with the 676, it's gonna slow down because it's not even. Which I wonder if we take this out. Gonna mess up the time a little bit. Get that one on the back. That's definitely not going to come out even. I messed it up real bad, huh? I should have taken out the bigger stack. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I really messed that up. I guess really to make that effective, you'll have to do your own splitting. Well, that sucks. Yeah, because it has to be the max first for it to like really... Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So, I'm trying to think, if we have different materials, how would we split that? We'll try to get it pretty close doing this, I guess. always takes the first one. That's crazy. So it's not smart about it. Huh. We'll try to get as even as possible, I guess. Well, so much for very even times. Damn. Damn, son. That's pretty close. It's almost like if you get the one on the right at like a weird level, you could technically pump it up on the left. So left is prioritized for sure. Damn it. So I guess if your numbers are off, it's best to like even them out, because then you lose your efficiency about, you know, so long in. It's good to know. And you can't just throw them over there, because whatever that feature is, we don't have that right now. Or maybe it was never meant to be. Alright, I think I fixed it, maybe. I really slowed down the efficiency though by pulling all that out. What an idiot! What an idiot! But that's pretty freaking hot. You can make that a stone wall pretty much, and then put like an abrasion on there if you really want to be a tea bag. Boom. What furnaces? What do you mean? Finacio. Yeah, actually seeing all the embrasure stuff, maybe we do want to stick our furnaces like towards the front of the honeycomb on the wedge, because that one wall is pretty weak. I guess if we make it all armored, that's fine too. How you getting diesel? You go change it out at the outpost. So Daniel says, how long has it been? What do you mean? Since, dude, that's so hot that fits. Oh, yeah. We're just cooking it. So we're about halfway through, which is pretty close. We're almost at 20 minutes. The next 20 will be the next row. Oh, that's so dope. Oh, the live? It's been about 2.5 hours. And to kind of show you how efficient this can be. This is kind of a... No, he does. Okay, we're good. Yo, it's crazy. You can't even drop pickles on the ground. You gotta feed them through a trough because the despawn thing will trigger. Yeah. Yes, I don't know if you can stick the automatic stuff inside of those honeycomb furnaces, but you can stick the logic outside to actually trigger it when there's stuff inside. So we'll do that next, and then we'll mess with the seismic sensor, and then possibly that base, unrateable base scenario we were talking about. No hands, dude. Yeah. Bang, bang! He still feels kind of slow, because I can usually get this guy cranking. Alright, Daniel. What's up? Trucker Life says, what's cracking? What's up, B? Bang, bang! So yeah, we'll mess with the automatic stuff when we get over there. What's up? This is what you're working on tonight. We've got, we were managed to fit 6 electric furnaces in a triangle foundation. So like you can jam it in the honeycomb, which is pretty hot, not gonna lie. Uses 20 units of power. You can cook 12,000 of anything. It'll take about 20 minutes to clear. 6,000, so 40 minutes to clear the whole grid. And technically, you could run, if you don't have a medium battery, you could run each shelf, each 3 units furnaces on 10 units of power piece. So then you could do 2 solar panels and then 2 car batteries. Not bad. Yeah, pretty sick. We're trying to get like really useful stuff that we would use like on the next wipe, which will be today. This is the only way you can feed a horse on Builder's Paradise, dude. The only way. Otherwise, the pickles disappear. Yeah, a few pickles. Sure. Yeah, a while. Yeah, and then you could plug it up completely. Like, you don't need to do anything. It'll feed automatically. So what we're going to do is put an automatic switch on there when we get back. So we won't have to, like... The furnaces will turn on and off when there's cookable materials in there. And everything's pulled out. Which is very similar to my auto-smelter, but we're doing this in a very condensed space, which is pretty hot, not going to lie. Yeah, so like those intervals, like 20 minutes for half of it, and then like 40 minutes for the full piece. Like you could go run a monument, come back, and have 12,000 metal cooked. That's disgusting. I should say this is with sulfur. I guess metal's got a different cook time, doesn't it? They're pretty close, or at least close enough. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty hot. And then we're going to work on the unrateable base. So the other, and this is something I've been testing for a while, but I tested it pretty heavy last night, or say the night before, where you've got 3 bases and it detects the raid in one of the bases and moves the high value loot to the other bunkers, splits it. So you're going to have to raid, and then if it detects a raid on the last 2, it moves the material to the one that has not been raided. So you have to raid 3 bunkers before you get anything. My server's been a lot of fun with the custom zones. It says we have a PvP area, raid practice area. It says I'm loving the update. Yeah, it's pretty dope, isn't it? I'm a fan. Arenas. Yeah, so we'll do the automatic stuff. Actually, while we're doing that, I could probably craft these. This guy. Probably a couple of those, and then a switch. So the way this is going to work is one conveyor will be on to detect if there's something to smelt. And if it detects something, it turns on the furnaces. When both of the conveyors are done, it should throw the logic out and then say, okay, shut it down. Because, I mean, when the system's on, that's 20 units of power. That's a lot. You know, that's almost half a freaking medium battery. So having these shut off when they're done is kind of crucial. So I'm pretty sure we can stick this on the face of the honeycomb. We can fit it anywhere, really, but... We'll come back to that later. It'll just give us a little something extra to cook. Ta-da! I mean, I suppose I don't need to even put that in there, but whatever. Almost done. Crazy amounts of sulfur. Here it is in all its glory. So what we could do here is we can have these two guys. Where's the logic for this? I mean, essentially that switch is kind of the setup, isn't it? So each of these conveyors, and these could be on the wall too actually, they don't have to be, but I don't know if we can fit these inside. It's pretty snug. That's wild looking? It is, isn't it? Each floor uses 10 units of power, plus the conveyor. So like, you'd have to have the conveyor, even though the conveyor, one conveyor's out, one conveyor's in, you'd have to have, you know, each of these furnaces take 9 when they're on. Oh yeah. It is wild looking. So, the on button for this little guy is going to be the pass filter on the in, which is the green line. And this is going to go up to the memory cell. I think our logic's on this side, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Yes. You know, we could just put it here and then drop it over the side. I guess that doesn't really matter. Set is in the middle? No, top. Okay. I always get that confused. So we'll make that green. Failure has to go through a bunch of stuff first. So we have to have it go through an AND because 2 conditions have to be met. But this will go here and then over to the reset, which is off. You know what? What if I push this up a little bit and then I don't have to bend the cable at all? I'm a piece of garbage. Boom, that's red. Alright, let's do the green again. Because really to turn it on, you just need one condition, and that's this guy to say, hey, it's time. And you're like, cool. I say, it was the bottom one, wasn't it? No, that's toggle. Man, why am I all confused? Alright, there we go. And by the way, this is only using 20 units of power when it's on. Boing! So 2 solar panels will run it. Especially if you have the smart switch going on. Even better. And I don't think we need too much else out of this, because we've already split everything the way we needed to. That's our toggle guy. That could just be like black or whatever. So that can turn it on and off. When this is done cooking, we'll switch it over. It's getting there. I mean, I guess we don't really... I mean, we're pretty close. I messed up the stack a little bit, so we're at 30 minutes, so we have about 10 more. So that cooked 12,000 in 40 minutes. And that's just one piece of honeycomb. Imagine if you, like, you know... That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. That's wild, dog. That's wild. Okay, so yeah, we can wire this up. Let's make this orange. So to turn off the circuit, 2 conditions have to be met. We have to get failure from both of these filters, which is... Here's the first failure. So if you got a walkway and some honeycomb, this is like perfect to stick in there because you have enough room to move through. And then the fail condition here is going to be, I wonder if this will run with the smart circuit. This might be 21. 21? To be fair. When we have the smart stuff on. So when both of these fail, it's pushed to there. And then the output. That's why we stuck the branch in there. Boing. So we don't have anything else feeding this, so this should be throwing a fail condition. It is. So you see how it's sending it to the switch here, or the AND? And we're waiting for the other one to trigger, which means when there's nothing else to vacuum out of all 6 of these, then this will fail. It's currently passing. So if I bring this down here, see how it says... Well, actually, I guess it doesn't tell me that's out yet. Well, this would be interesting to see if this works with the exact amount of power. Because technically, if these are passing filters, you know, pass or fail, it'll be an additional unit of power. But if this shuts off completely, you know what? This should also be part of that. We're off a little bit. We could test it later. I just want to see if this will fail the way it's supposed to. Getting awfully close. Because technically I want these to both turn off, but I guess they can both be on. Are we using 21 units of power? Nope, it's flat 20. Hell yeah. So if this works, when it's done feeding and cooking, which should be shortly, it should shut off the furnaces. So, yeah, it's using 20. And then this little guy is on all the time, detecting if there's anything cookable here, which will take something from over here. Actually, we gotta wait for this to trigger first. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait right here. I mean, how sick is that? You can make that back wall metal, right? And then make the top metal, and you're like, okay, yeah, break on in. You're gonna have to go through a metal wall, and then a stone wall, and then some furnaces. Hot. Yeah, the right button can turn it on and off manually, and then this is gonna do it through the logic of the conveyors. Green is in, orange is out. We got 90 left in that one. I'll be right back. Hopefully I can get this beverage before it shuts off. But if it does, you'll know that it works. I hope it's running correctly. Uh-oh. Alright, so I think we have the condition we were talking about. They're both supposed to throw a fail. Is there one that still has? Oh wait. How is that not throwing? Okay, so this might be part of it. This is what I'm talking about. When it fails like this, really what it should be doing, this conveyor should be turning on with the whole circuit as well. That's interesting that it didn't catch that. Maybe we have to push 2 units of power to that before it does anything. We'll do it with a small batch to see if it clears it. And then the output here goes to the furnaces. And then this should go to our conveyor. Power in is right there. It's crazy. That's why. Okay, so the conveyor only had 2 units of power, so when it failed, it didn't have enough power to tell it to shut off. That's crazy. Oh, well, actually, in this case, since this is part of the other circuit, 2 units of power will be enough for that. Okay, that's what happened. I don't mind the failures, but if I can't explain it, it always troubles me greatly. So if you can see right now, the system's in idle. When it's idle, it uses 1 unit of power, very similar to the other one we did for the loot room. Actually, almost identical. The only difference is we jammed a bunch of these in here. And as soon as we put something in here that's cookable, it should turn everything back on. Which should still be 20 units of power if we play our cards right. I think for a second it'll flash to 21. But it should go right back down. So mostly it's 20 units of power for the whole run. That's sick. How much longer till we get large backpacks to main branch and industrial? 6 days. Alright, so we'll put in like 80 sulfur and we'll see what it does. It should turn it on, and then when it's done, it should turn off. Then maybe we'll run through the whole build and some of the pitfalls for putting it in the triangle. Because it can be very tricky. Alright, let's put in... So it's idling, waiting for this. So, oh my goodness, look at that sulfur. That's crazy. So it should, it should only be looking for, yep, just sulfur. So we'll take 80 and just throw it in there. It should turn everything on. Nice. And when it's done, it should shut off. So the reason why this didn't work is there wasn't enough power. So that takes a unit of power and that takes a unit of power. That was coming from the same place. And it was using up to 2 because I only set this branch for 2. And they were connected. So like this was daisy chained, or this guy was daisy chained to this guy. So when it failed, it didn't have the extra unit of power to push the fail signal. Perfect. Do you see that? It cooked it, it cleaned it, it shut it off. And then we should have 80 cooked units right there. Boing. It's pretty sick, right? If you need to turn them on, well, we have the automatic system in here, but if you needed to change the state of these, that's what that does, but it should detect nothing and then it should shut off. So basically you can turn it on if you've got stuff loaded in, but if it doesn't detect anything, it shuts it off. 20 units of power. Back to 1. You can literally run this off of 2 solar panels. Hot. That's sick. Dude, the fact that you don't have to go farm trees is disgusting. One backpack full of sulfur. So remember, you can just drop your backpack off in front of your boy in the base, and he can pick it up. So like, you can come in off a horse, drop the backpack in front of the furnace, and it's, you know, they just unload it. So yeah, I guess we could put the logic in the front. I'm trying to think of a better way we can organize the rest of this, but I guess that works, you know? Kind of figure out how you want to do the rest. You said I am? I am what? Let's test it again, shall we? Little bit of sulfur. And it works completely sealed. And because it's smart, you don't have to worry about it. Yes. This can work with anything that you want cooked. Throw it in, cook it. Perfect. Trying to think of a way we can organize this so it looks a little better. I guess we could put these up on the upper rim. Be cool if it's like all in the face, you know? Because maybe you've got like tight wall corners, so you could technically put these guys right here. And I guess you could put the logic over here too. Right, because then the fail could come through as the AND switch, or a logic gate. I keep calling it an AND switch. It would be better if it was like right here on the rim. I mean, if everything you need is like condensed to one triangle, that's pretty sick. I think. Are more skins gonna come to Rust console? Yes, of course. Of course, of course. They come every week. Beautiful. Ow. Yeah, so really if you just have one car battery and a solar panel, you could technically run that if you somehow found some of these electric furnaces. It would work. It would work. Yes. I guess we'll walk through how to place all that stuff in the triangle. A sealed triangle. Yes, very good. A sealed furnace? That's hot. Can you imagine you have that further up in your corridor and it cooks and then it pushes it deeper into your base? That's freaking sick. You know, because like you need honeycomb. So why not have it a bit more functional? And if it's further up to like the neck of like some kind of entrance, that's not bad. There it goes. It's done now. Perfect. Cooking that sulfur. Yes. Perfect. I think just finding a way. I guess we could put it all on the lower lip if we wanted to, or the upper. That's so dope. I can listen to that all day. I mean, there's times we come back from missions or farming, and like our thing looks like that, and you're like, "Whoa, dude, what do we do?" No problem, dude. All right, so we're gonna show how to set up the triangle thing again. Just walk through the whole thing, and then we'll start working on the unrateable base. Yes. I just want to clean up this surface right here. It would be nice if they sat up here. So failure would be here. Be orange. And And is the input? We just have it be orange as it comes out, and then we could just have it go through this module. Make it very condensed. Yeah, reset. Show me. Actually, yeah, this would work out pretty well. Because then the output would loop back around to this guy. Which in turn is... Where's the input for this? Oh, that's pretty close. Yeah, it's not bad actually to do it like this. Cause it's like up out of the way. Oh man, that'd be so dope if that's like on your way into your base. Oh man. 6 furnaces is quite a bit. Then the main power can loop around. Yes. Let's do it. Can make these less crazy looking. So we'll say we'll have like one side for in, one side for out. But you could technically put them in the same box. Really. You could put this deeper in your base, which you probably should, let's be real. Alright, so this is the output, so we'll just copy the filter. Copy. Whoops. Copy. Oopsie, I messed up the filter. I messed up the filter again. So that's always on. Whoops, no, actually, it's this guy that needs to be powered, not the other one. That way we can control the power like that. Then this can go to the main circuit all the way down here. Beautiful. Which is this guy. Perfect. So the industrial out should go perfect. Here, Yeah, let's pull that off the side. Yeah, I like the way this is organized a lot better. Yellow. Actually, that's the output. Okay, I get it, I get it. That should be orange. What am I doing? Oh, that's hot. Is that gonna work? Hell yeah, it is. Oh, that's so much cleaner. Here, let's clean up the rest of this stuff down here. Yeah. Better. Beta. That's dope. Perfect. And then if we need the switch or whatever, we can just put it down here. Probably having it too close to the edge there is probably not great. So you can probably just have this little guy right there, and you just have the switch go all the way up here, and it just goes into the toggle. That's hot. What do you guys think? Hot? Not hot? Oh, that's dope. Yes. So that can be anywhere. This could be deep in your base. This can also be deep in your base. Probably should be. Hot. Alright, let's do the test, shall we? Man, that's so dope. Yes. So you said Shop Jones are coming to one of your videos. Yes, sir. Should be not this update, but the next one. So it should be on PTB here probably by the end of this month. And that's crazy, isn't it? That's nuts. Alright, so the way this has to work is the auxiliary yellow, the sensing circuit. Oh, did I put that in the right place? Hold on. Oh, it would help if I, yeah, it helps if you, plug in the cell, right? My bad. My bad, my bad. I was like, what am I missing? I didn't hear anything. That's because I didn't wire it up. There it goes. Haha. Then make sure that's on. And then it should move everything to the cooked box and shut off. Perfect. Jade deleter. We haven't heard of anything else quite yet. I mean, in that update, at least. Hell yes. Oh, let's do another complete. There you go, 29, throw it in there, should turn on. That's all good, Graham. That's all good. Man, so each honeycomb is self-contained, turns itself on and off, uses 20 units of power, and can cook 12,000 units in 40 minutes. That's some serious capacity. Heck yeah, dude. Perfect. Perfect. Let me make sure I got my placement down, then we'll give it a nice dry run here. Very good. That's so hot. Oh, yeah. Flawless victory. Ta-da! I don't know why that one piece is lit up. It's definitely a glitch. Yeah, let me see if I can get that placement down. Yeah. I'd say it's more about getting this one right against that wall and pushed all the way back. Then getting the top of this furnace lined up, pinch it, but like pull it out a little bit and then push it back. Then if we did it right, we should be able to place this one in the same fashion. Just make sure that tip doesn't cross that little line, right? Right. And we can smush it on the wall. Yep. If we did it right, we should be able to place all of those, which we did in the first try, which is amazing. Then you make sure this can go in the front. Perfect. That's hot. We did it. Oh yeah. See, if you actually look at it from here, it makes it pretty nice. Actually, let me see if I can place... If we did do this right and leave a little bit of gap in the middle, we should be able to place our cable pretty easily through this furnace. If not, it's almost right there at that little dot in the back. I think if we take this off, we can get right to it. Oh, we can, totally. Okay, so yeah, before you put that last storage container on, you can actually hit that little... Man, that's awfully close, isn't it? There, oh, there, oh, oh. Got it. Oh, tricky. Okay, so those are the two pitfalls. We got it, though. This guy's out just a little bit. Yeah, you actually don't want to use the base because that'll mess you right up. You want to use the top of it. Then they're pretty well lined up. Pronouncio. Oh. Did I? That's why. This guy's up too high. That's fine. Actually, probably not taller than the furnace, right? Right. Crouch? Is it like I get my face right in here? I'm on top of the... Okay, that's why. Bingo. Yes. Looks like next year we're getting minis, my friend. Your friend knows the developer? Oh. Let's make sure that we can place the last row, and then I guess we'll run through the whole thing again. So, start to finish. This is probably the best way to do this. I guess if you've got something else you can put in the hallway, you can do that too. Might be a little bit trickier, but honestly, since we kind of figured out where all the sweet spots are at, all the way back and then smush it against the wall. It's all about lining up that top piece. You want to place that storage container on this guy. And then line up these guys together, the tops parallel. Walk out and then a little bit away. And push it back. Yes. Yes. And then we'll put one more down. Let's see if we can actually get the electricity on this one first try. It's just over the line. Okay, that should do it. One more of these guys. Make sure we can hit this back piece. Ah, yes. If you go over this guy, it seems to jump to it. Oh. That is like 1 pixel wide. Jeez. Let's put on the storage adapters and see if we did it right. Ooh, is that hanging over? That might. Ooh. You might have to go back a little bit. I don't know if that's going to cover. Oh, it's not. Oh, man. So we can't have that lip that close. Actually, is this one going to cover it? We didn't put this on the face either, did we? Oh. Oh, we didn't do both of these right. Yeah, we're going to have to push that back a little bit. Probably as far back as it'll go, right? I knew we did something wrong. I could feel it. I was like, this is going too well. Alright, line it up on the wall, top. And the back for Nacio. Like that. And then can we still connect that back piece? Just making sure that we can. Hit the lip. Ooh, this needs to come forward just a little bit. What do you think? Man, that is crazy. Yeah, that definitely needs to come forward. Man, the threshold for that's crazy. So, stand up, smush it against the wall, walk forward. It almost needs to be in that little dark spot right there. And will this actually work? I have no idea. I feel like that might hang out. Ooh, maybe not. Oh, man. Man, that's close. Let's try it again. Very touchy. Extremely touchy. Against the wall and then forward just a little bit. As long as we can still hit that one power. Man, so we gotta find the perfect spot to pull this forward at. I think that's back too far. Damn it. Oh, maybe not. Ooh, you're definitely gonna have to practice this in Builder's Paradise. I saw the marker for a second, but that is like crazy hard to hit. What if we got rid of this? Would that work? Could we get our face in there easier? As long as we can hit this back piece, or we could do this, you know? Let's try this. If you set this up, you could just connect this guy, right? Because that's the problem. Then you don't have to worry about the front piece. You kind of just make sure the top is lined up against the wall, the top of the furnace. right? And then push her back. Now that that's plugged in, you should be good. That's the way to do it. It's gotta be. So we make sure this doesn't go higher than the furnace, and we wire that up as we're going. Because you can do it the other way, but like, I don't know, that was like an impossible placement I did the first time. I don't know how I did it, but I did. And I'll be right back. Hold on, baby. BB. Bobby. What's up, Bob? Dude, you see this? We're gonna run down and show you how to do this. Watch this, Bob. You're gonna love this. Ready? Alright, so if you look at the usage of power, using 1. Let's say this is in an entrance somewhere where we've got honeycomb, right? Not deep in the base. Maybe your drop-off box is right here, right? You take your cooked materials. I'm not going to touch anything. I'm just going to put this in the box. When it's done, it'll turn itself off and push everything to the output, which could be deeper in the base. 40 is probably the right amount to cook quickly, right? I put 80 in there. Watch, it's going to turn itself off. It's going to go beep boop. How hot is that? You can also do this completely sealed. So imagine, right? I don't know, this is on the entrance or something. Like we got a piece of honeycomb somewhere. We can drop off a backpack full of what? Sulfur. Put it in the inbox here and go right back out. So look, again. When it's cooking, it's using 20 units of power, which is more than manageable. When it's done, it'll go back to idling at 1 unit of power. Takes everything from this box, which is already fed in. When it's all cooking, it then pushes it here and then shuts itself off. We're back to 1. You can run it off of 2 solar panels, baby. You can cook 12,000 units in 40 minutes. No wood. 12,000, a whole backpack full of stuff. One backpack. Pretty sick, right? That gross. So like this would be like in the loot room somewhere. You can pipe up orange to anything deeper in the base. You could even have your drop box off in the front. So like, you know, you can just kind of walk in and be like, here we go. Bloop. Then you just go back out. Honeycomb auto furnace. What? Let's go. What time is it in game? It's gonna be nighttime a little bit. That's gonna be rough. Alright. We're gonna show you how to do this bad boy here, the honeycomb auto furnace. That's 6 furnaces, electric furnaces inside of your honeycomb. And it will automatically cook your materials. If it detects it, cook it and then push it through to the orange side. Watch, I'm going to step away. If this is idling, by the way, that uses 1 unit of power. Whoops. I'm going to start that over. Whoopsie poopsie. I'll start with like 30. Let's get some more of these on there too. Hot. Yeah. So like, should we wait for daylight? It's almost 5. Maybe we, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Also, Bob, if you're still there, I think I've got a good way for us to connect the bases to make it unraidable, baby. And like a pump station that goes in between. Pretty high, right? Pump it. When it detects like where you're being raided, it's gonna shift the loot. Yes. Yes. More tears. Yeah, so what's crazy is I think if we start this like walkthrough and we stick all this stuff inside, it's going to cook at least half, maybe more, in the time it takes us to explain this. It's pretty dope. Sun's going down. Boo! Here, let's set up some of this, because if we're going to walk through it, I want to make sure everybody can see it. Okay. I mean, we've got our helmet and stuff, but... Man, those things disappear so fast, don't they? You're like, oh my goodness. So at least everybody can see what we're talking about. Because it's about to be dark. Yeah, so, yeah, let me walk you through this since we're waiting for nighttime to pass for the most part anyways. So, I've got it kind of set up here. The problem is when we do the... I don't know if we're calling it unrateable base, but that's what I'm calling it now. So let's say at the end of this... this would be like a pump station. So let's say at the end of this guy here is a base, right? So if it detects a raid, it's going to push loot to here because you actually can't have cables longer than 20 meters, right? And then it would push it to another base. Or you could just have two bases close, and then you just have to make sure that these guys are tucked inside because the pipes are invincible, the things they're connected to aren't. So these guys essentially have to be in a protected zone. We did find out, by the way, Bobby Brown, that this is still a thing for us, which makes us so in a fantastic place. Oh, look at this. Ah, damn it. Bring it back down again. So this is a standard stability bunker. As long as you keep this guy close to the edge, not in the middle, but close to the edge, we can actually seal it completely with the pipe running through it. So if we needed to have a longer run than 20 meters, actually it probably needs to be like 15 or 12 meters because like you need to rope it through the base and protect it. But if we need like an extender or a pump house, this could be it. You just put the extended piece inside of here. And we could put a raid detector inside of this too, so if it detects it, it can start moving things right away because if they hit the joint in between, then obviously stuff still needs to move to one side or the other. So in this case, we'll just send it to like two other bases. You'd spawn inside of here, and then you just open up your stuff. Right? Bingo. Yeah, having like a protected repeater in between was kind of important because sometimes you're not always exactly where you need to be because the way you build these is you get this like as close as the TC can be and then you build it towards this location because it's just it's like the distances for these are tight on purpose. So yeah, not bad. So I think yeah, this will come in handy in our arsenal of things that we can do to, you know, get it dirty. Get it real dirty. Dirty, dirty. Yeah, so this is only 3 furnaces off of like a mega furnace stack. Well, at least one of the shelves. It's just crazy that we can fit this in honeycomb. Like, literally fits in a triangle. That's crazy, dude. Crazy. That's mostly visible. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. Right? Right? Right, right, right? Yeah, it's orange, but, you know, hey, whatever. Yeah. Try to run it as close to daytime as we can. Oh, it's already like midnight. Not even midnight, sorry. I just love that we can stick that all the way in the frame. Hot. You're hot. What? Shut up. Oh, I forgot. Actually, we can have this forward because we didn't have this here, right? Oh, wait a second. I forgot about that. That's what made that a bit easier for us to do. Okay, I'm so stupid. So the way I originally had it did work. We bring it up really far, then like that, and then this sits back here, and then we still are able to put the base on. That's what it was. Yeah, because we need it up high. I forgot. Well, either way, if we have trouble with it, we can always kind of tip it back. There it is. Yeah, it totally works. Man, that scrambled my brains. Bobby Brown. As long as that left foot doesn't cross that line. We're pretty good. Then we make sure we can hit that electrical cable. Definitely something you want to practice in builders. Holy cow. And make sure that this fits. And you're all good. Oh, hello. Alright, I think I have enough materials here to do this. Thank goodness it's daytime. We're gonna do a run through. If it's any good, we'll use it later. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we stuck that up there in the top, didn't we? Oh, yeah, we sure did. Oh, thank goodness. I don't want to do that at night because it's always too dark. Hi, guys. What's up? I just throw it everywhere. Like, what are you doing? Today we're going to show you how to do this triangle honeycomb electric auto furnace. This can fit anywhere in your base as everybody's got honeycomb, right? This whole footprint of 6 electric furnaces will fit in any triangle honeycomb across your base. This bad boy is smart enough to detect material when it's in the inbox. Beep boop. Turn on the furnaces when it detects the material, and then push it to your output box, which is the orange pipe, so you can have this deeper inside of your base. You'll see right now when this is running, it's using 20 units of power. And when it's idling in its detection mode, uses 1 unit of power. You can seal this window completely while it's running. And as I said before, this orange pipe can be put deeper inside of your base. So you can see that the input's completely empty, and that our cooked material is now over here in the outbox. Extremely useful. And this can cook 12,000 units in 40 minutes. And this is, the 12,000 units, excuse me, is a small backpack. So you can cook an entire backpack in 40 minutes. This uses low power since it's automatically turning itself on and off. This can be run on a medium battery or 2 car batteries and 2 solar panels. So a very low profile and not too much to build as far as cost. Now you will need a level 2 obviously for electric furnaces. I keep telling my chat all the time, make sure that if you find electric furnaces and bases to pick them up anywhere because they're very expensive. Okay, so there's a couple gotchas when you're doing this, so I'd strongly recommend doing this in Builder's Paradise first, because this is a very tight fit. You can see that these furnaces are right here. So, actually, let me pick this up so you guys can get a better look at this. But it's beautiful. Can you imagine just having a hallway with some honeycomb as you come in, and then your homie just drops off a backpack full of stuff? You can go cook it, or you can cook it, throw it in here, go back out, do a monument, come back, all your stuff's cooked, no wood required. It's beautiful. Okay, so let's do the build here. First footprint is pretty obvious. You're going to need a triangle, right? I'd say give yourself, if you know you're going to put it in a piece of honeycomb on your base, to give yourself some room first because it is a little bit tricky. So, the best thing you can do is, let's go ahead and place these furnaces first. Now, I know the first thing you want to do when you place this is use the feet of the furnace, and it's actually off kilter. It's actually kind of twisted a little bit. And it's really hard to kind of line up. So use the top of the furnace. As a matter of fact, I think, do I not have a lid on this? Okay, perfect. So if you kind of look at this configuration here, you can see the top of the furnace. The straight edge is actually flush against the wall. That's very important to get our bearings. So ignore the feet and then use the top of the furnace. That's how we're going to line things up. So what I'm going to do is get on this edge with the face, the grill, the face of the furnace here. I'm going to push it to the right to make sure it's parallel against the wall using the top of the furnace. Then I'm going to push it all the way back to the corner, but keeping it parallel to the wall on my right. Then I want to place a storage adapter. I was going to say storage monitor. A storage adapter on top. And then this spacing is very crucial, extremely crucial. Let me throw this out. Okay, so the next one here has to be parallel to the one you just placed. Again, using the top of the furnace that we just placed, and this furnace, I'm trying to make sure that they're very close to each other, so parallel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it very, very close, kind of back up towards me, or back up a little bit. Then I'm going to strafe a little bit to my left, and then push it back to the wall using my left thumbstick. The trick here is to make sure that the furnace feet, if you're now looking at the base of it, don't cross. You see that band right there? It looks kind of like a skinny checkerboard lane. You can't have anything past that because you can't place a wall up here, or you won't be able to when you place the storage container adapters. So just keep that in mind. So the trick with this is, and you may have to pick this up multiple times, another reason why you really want to test this placement a lot inside of Builder's Paradise. So the main reason why you pull this away is because this other furnace here that we're lining up the top of against the wall here and then pushing it as far back as we can go. And then I'm going to walk towards myself a little bit until that foot there is almost touching that band. Now, normally you'd be placing this on the front of the furnace, but I don't think this is going to allow us to place... Yeah, see how that doesn't allow us to place the wall later? That's a problem, but that's okay. If we're placing it there, we're actually going to be placing it like that. All right, so the next piece here you probably want to try out, and maybe I get this wrong the first time. I don't know. So you know you're going to have another shelf. So if you're going to place, well, you are going to place a splitter here, you want to make sure it's below the top of that furnace. And you want it kind of accessible because, again, you always want to be testing this with twig. Sometimes you may need to lean in and attach things or make adjustments. So, I mean, yes, this is going to be sealed and a lot of stuff's going to be hard to get to, but it's going to be important that you can reach stuff. So the biggest thing you want to test here is you want to make sure you have your storage adapter on back there. But double check to make sure that when that's connected here, that you can actually reach this furnace in the back. If you're having a hard time with it, see how there's like a little rusty spot right here? If you have enough space, if this is slid up forward enough, you should have enough space above that rusty area. If you kind of strafe a little bit to the left, it's almost 1 pixel. See how it says you can connect it? Perfect. If you're having trouble with it, pick this one up, make this connection first, and then put this guy back down, and then double check to make sure that you can place a wall in front. It's like I said, you really want to test it in Builder's Paradise first. But now that we know we can make that connection, I'm going to delete that and just bring this down to the floor. I like to make this yellow. And then I'll go to that rusty spot one more time, strafe there, strafe, make the connection, let's make it yellow. So there's multiple ways to do this, but again, each time you pick it up, it is going to do damage. The other thing you want to check, which we probably should have done first, is make sure that this furnace here can take the storage adapter in the front, and this electric furnace, can take the storage adapter there. Now double check with Twig again to make sure you can still place. Also, make sure that your splitter is low enough so you can place a shelf as well. You don't want to place it now, but it's nice to check. After you do this a million times, you'll probably do it wrong, but you'll get the hang of it so you don't always need to be practicing this. Okay, so let's take this guy here and put it down to the floor and then have it stretch over to this guy here, which is this furnace. And what's kind of great, we don't have to deal with the on and off switches anymore with these. It was an issue. They actually recently put that on PC. I'm glad that we have adopted that over on our side. And then you kind of you can place it right through the object, which is fantastic. They did do an update so it's easier to connect these things. Great. Okay, so let's do the next shelf here. Let's do a half wall and now a triangle wall. Beep boop. And let's do the same thing. I'd strongly recommend sticking a triangle or a wooden twig piece here just for alignment. It makes things a little bit easier. I'm probably going to have to make a couple more of these furnaces. Thank goodness for Builder's Paradise. Yes, and probably another million of these storage adapters. Storage adapters are the most expensive because they're like 100 fragments a piece. They're basically a code lock cost, right? Yeah. All right, so let's place this here as I take a drink of the old tactical cylinder. What? Same thing. Top of the furnace, parallel to the wall on the right. Come off the wall just a little bit. Then walk it forward. Ooh. All right, maybe look back. Do you see that? I was actually getting pushed away from the wall. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, let me just show you what this looks like from the top. There you go. Get the jibs out of here. Yay! So you can kind of see how it's super parallel. You got a little bit of space back here. Really the trick is to make sure that this is up far enough that you can place this guy and make sure that you can reach that power cable in the back. So just so like a top-down reference, because I know you're going to mess this up the first time. Even if you've done this right a few times, you're going to mess it up. And even though you may feel confident with this, I'd say still do it in Builder's Paradise because there's like piping and stuff later that maybe doesn't work when you're trying to put it down. So it just, you know, I wanted to show that top-down reference. All right, let's do this other side here. That's why it's kind of nice to be able to kind of strafe out to the right past the triangle, but you can still do this even if you're in like a 1x1 with the triangle off the top or off the side. That should be good enough. Let's place that on the front. Let's get this little guy parallel here. I like to line it up when it's red. That looks pretty clean. Walk it my way, and then strafe to the left to give us a gap, and then walk her back. You almost want that foot to be right on that line with the stone. I like the stone. It's almost like having a crazy grid. Rob says he's set up on a PS4. This works on anything. So, you know, it's a thing. And I want to say on this one here, I think we had this one pushed down because we have a splitter on top. We do. Okay, so I'm going to bring this pretty close to the floor for the second one. This is just the way we have it configured now. If we make it more efficient later, we'll make another version of this. But they did make this so much easier for us to do placement, which is great. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the other version of this that we talked about, where, oh, we'll place this one through this guy here. Where are you? Where are you? You can place through the object. Where is it? Is it like, there it is. And we'll make that yellow. Yellow. By the way, if you hold your reload button, select the color. and then find the node and then tap reload. Don't hold it. It colors the cable in case you didn't know. I'll put this here, and then we'll have this one connect in the back, which is much easier than placing it through the object. Just different ways to do it. I'd say get proficient with all of it. All right, we're going to line this top of the stove up with the right-hand side of the wall. Ooh, it still feels really close, doesn't it? And then as long as that doesn't cross that line, we should be okay. I want to get it kind of close because I want to make sure I can place this guy. It's kind of important to have this front piece here, this guy, with this here, because it makes accessing the front of this much easier with the window, because we're going to be connecting things like this from here and also from down here. It just makes it easier for us to reach with the wrench. If you find a better way, by all means, let me know. Then we're going to make sure this other one's connected here. Probably shouldn't have knocked out my shelf. My bad. And then we can very easily reach this one because our faces are right in it. Actually, maybe not with the storage adapter on front. Thankfully, if you pick up the storage adapter, it does not take damage. Okay, so that's looking real good. Now what we want to do is put the lid on top to make sure we've got a good reach. I might go over to my other side and cheat it one more time. Even though I've done this 50 times, I'm still like, where does it go? So essentially, each shelf is going to be interconnected. And then we'll have the shelves connect to each other. And the way I did it was, the input is the splitter. Let me make another couple splitters here, by the way. So the green line is the input. Let me just highlight this so you can see what I'm talking about. That's the input from the box, but then it goes to this conveyor, and then the conveyor, the conveyor feeds into a splitter here. One of these lines, actually just one line goes from here to one of these connectors, and then it actually is just daisy chaining all three of these together. And then when all three of these are connected, it goes back outside the shelf and then back in down here. And then same thing with the output. We just have it connected at the exterior of this point here because that's the end of the line. And then it's the orange line that goes up to the other conveyor to pull it back out. I know, it looks crazy at first, but if you do it in small steps, it's not too bad. So essentially, what we're doing is we want to leave an input here and then start off of the output and then go to this connection here. Because I want this to be... Wait, is that right? The industrial in? Yes. Okay, so yeah, I want to be able to reach it from the window, basically, is what I'm saying. Thankfully, we can actually reach through these now much easier. Wait, did I do that right? Did I mess it up already? Hold on, I think I might have. Double check. Yeah. Okay. We need this to be in there first. Glad I checked. Man, it's so easy to get this messed up. Alright, so this circle piece here, let me just put it on the ground. See the circle piece? That's the input, always. And then the extruded pieces here are the splitter parts. So the input's always going to be this circle. That's kind of inside a little bit. The larger circle. So I like to have that facing me because it's a bit easier to reach. We want to tuck this into the right because we're on a triangle, and then if you place this too close to the edge of the wall, you're not going to be able to place your window frame. Well, actually, I'm surprised. Well, it's still. Get it close to the furnace. I'm sure it's going to cause problems later if you don't have it tucked in. I'm going to place it here, and then kind of close to the top. And then remember, all of this is going to be, let's just make that yellow. Interconnected pieces in here will always be yellow. It just makes things a bit easier to track. This is the in, and that goes to this out. Yes. And that's the in? No, that's the out. I'm so confused. What did I do? No, we have it right. Okay, so this goes to this, and the out piece is going to go out and around the lip like we have right here. So this yellow cable here. I know, it's getting a little confusing. That's why you want to make sure when you're testing this, you don't make this stone right away. Leave it twig, test things. If it's good, pull it down. I'm glad we're having these errors because you're going to have them too, because I've done this so many times. All right, so this guy's just going to go up here. We're going to have it right up the wall, and that's our split that comes in. All right, so we're going to connect these guys down here in the same fashion. I want to leave an in or out right here so we can actually reach it from the window. And this is going to be the output, so I'm going to take the one output here, kind of put it in between these guys. Again, double check to make sure the twig fits. And now pipe these in. By the way, if the pipe is already out hanging across here, you won't be able to put down the window frame. But if the window frame is in place and there's pipes dragging across the exterior and then back in, you can place a window in there, if that makes any sense. So again, really important to keep that twig. So now we're going to connect these. So this would be an output going into an in here, which would be right about there. So then we're going to take this output, connect it to the one in the back somewhere. Take the other one just across from there and connect it to this guy in the front. And then have this guy go up to here. Whoops, just kidding. Is that the end? Oh yeah, that's from upstairs. Now this is going to go up to our ceiling tile. There. So, let me get all that yellow. Maybe in the future we'll redo this and have a different color so it's a bit easier to follow. It's confusing, right? And I think I have that right. And then the pipe comes through the top, I believe. Then I think we're close to the seal, yeah. Because it's mostly these guys here. Oh, yeah. We have one more. That's right. This little guy here is going to be the splitter for the splitters. And then I think I have it right up here closer to the wall so we can reach it. So essentially what this is going to do is this guy up here is 9 units of power. Is that right? No. 6. 6? 9. No, it's 9 units of power. What am I saying? So this branch has to be, whoops, this branch has to be configured to 9. Very important. Another reason why we have it in this location, so if you need to make the adjustment or you've got some kind of weird configuration, you can still get it good to go. Most of the things that are going to be powered, I'm going to try to label as red. And then the remaining power from this branch goes to that circuit there. Which means basically anything that goes into this guy here is going to be 18 units of power, and then it should split it appropriately. Yes, the electronics have changed. The splitters and branches no longer use power. They need power, but they're not going to consume your Rust watt minutes, if that makes sense. So we can actually run quite a bit without it. Okay, let me just double check down here. I like to put these on the ground outside to make sure that I've got this right. Just to make sure that everything works. So that's going to be the input, which is here. Yep, highlighted. That's a good sign. Then the output's going to be here. Again, all of those furnaces are daisy chained together. 3 of them are chained up on each of the shelves. And again, let me just color code this real fast so you can see what I'm talking about. Output, I'm sorry, input, output, baby. A little bit better. And then we're going to have to actually watch this. So this is what I'm talking about. You can't place this window frame when it's actually blocked. That's crazy. But as soon as you erase this, you totally can. So I also want to make sure that when the window frame's in, I can reach those. Pretty sure I can. Yep, easy, easy. And that's your output. Beautiful. You can probably make that orange right there so we can kind of know what's what. Sure, we'll make that orange. I'm making plays, making calls on the play while we're doing this mid tutorial. Okay, beautiful. Now again, I'm gonna leave that twig for now because I don't trust myself. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna place the rest of the circuit here. As a matter of fact, you know, I'm gonna make a stone because I believe in myself. And hopefully, if I mess this up real bad, I can back it off. Okay, so the way I did this was the input again is green here at the top. Which the circuit here is actually going to be always on. So your main power is somewhere in the base. We might as well link this up now while we're sitting here. So your main power in your base somewhere, right? Let's just say it's, I don't know, out here, right? So it's deep in your core, whatever. You take one of these bad boys. Let's just craft a new one. So somewhere in your base where your main power comes in, you're going to branch off the power from the battery to always power the conveyor because the conveyor is your detector. Just want to show you that this is possible on just 2 solar panels. So northeast, southwest. And really, even if your furnaces are running full tilt, if you're running through a complete day cycle and you have enough juice on the battery to start, you can pretty much run this as long as you've got materials because it's going to be turning itself on and off smartly. combiner, and then we're just going to connect these bad boys real quick. What a bunch of sloppy wiring. Don't look at me. And then while I should have probably done this first so we can show you that you can run this. I think a night cycle is going to cost you about 200 rust watt minutes. And this starts with 100, so we're pretty close at... Oh my gosh, I put that to switch like a dummy. What am I doing? Power in, please. It's going to go right there. Yay. Paint it. Input's always blue. What? Sports nut. Laces out, huh? I'm looking for a Dan Marino and a clean pair of pants. Ray Finkel. It was Ray Finkel, not Dan Marino. Looking for Ray Finkel? Okay, so the way this works, and I think I have it grouped up like this. Yes, okay. So because this guy always needs to be on right here, hopefully I've got good positioning for this. Because the left one's the input, it always needs to be on. So when our main power comes up here, we're going to have a branch off to the right. That's always going to be feeding that circuit. And I think I have that set up right. Yeah, we put it pretty close to the edge. Again, if you've got other things connecting here, make sure you've got your wall frames in so it's not riding on top of that. So essentially your main power comes up here on this wall. So wherever your power is from your base, and we just set up a brand new circuit. But for us, we just have it on the switch. Should always have a switch, always. And the branch here by default is set to 2. That's exactly what we need to have this green guy running all the time. So we're just going to have it go up and over, just like that. In. Alright, so since that's our in guy, we're going to add a filter. By the way, you've heard me say this a cajillion times. Your right thumbstick moves to the filter mode. It's very easy to flick that. Make sure it's on any. Then add a filter. By the way, they fixed the filters, thank goodness. This is your input, so we'll have things like metal ore, set them all to 0, add another one. Go over to resources, same thing. For us, it's just going to be sulfur ore. But just to kind of show you. And by the way, you can take things, this is our output, so these are going to be cooked materials, right? So in our case, it's just going to be sulfur. But what's great is you can have empty filters somewhere. You can go in here and copy it. I'm pushing it with my left thumbstick. I copied that. Ooh, do you see what I did? I did it by accident. Oh, I flicked it back. But I accidentally hit the right thumbstick thinking that was the menu. Woohoo! So easy to change the filters. So this is going to be our output guy. So we're going to go here and then paste what we just got. Make sure it's on any. 0, 0, 0. We're good. Whoops. B. Okay, not thumbstick. Okay, great. So... yeah, we have it coupled like this, which is probably the best. I don't know if this is great for explanation, but this is good for organization of the circuit. So, again, the memory cell, this is very similar to the other one I did with is the loot room furnace setup. But essentially, both of these guys have to fail for the circuit to turn off. So we have an AND switch here, so I'm going to make this orange real fast. So each of these guys, if they're powered, they have a filter pass, or a filter. One pass, one fail. We're worried about the fail for it to turn off because we need both of these to not have filter matches for this to light up. So essentially, I know this is a repeat, but if there's nothing to pull from a box, in this case raw ore, it will fail. So this one will fail first, obviously. But this is an AND switch, so A and B both have to be turned on. So in our case, since we have both fails, both conditions have to be active. So they both have to be failing. So this one, as soon as it doesn't have cooked material, so sulfur, just regular sulfur, to pull out, it will fail. Which means now this is going to be on A, and then input B is going to be on, which means this will then send a signal out the top. In this case, it's going to go into the set part of our, I'm sorry, reset of the memory cell. Basically resets off. And so since this is our input guy, right, really we just need one condition to turn on the whole circuit. Because remember, this actually is being powered from the main circuit before anything gets powered. So remember the branch right here is branching off 2 units of power. So this is always going to be on, and when it detects something, it's going to say, hey, I finally have something here. So the pass condition is going to light up. Then we can drag it down here. Is it toggled out? You know what? Let's put it up higher. I think that's what I did the last time. So the pass condition, or it has something to vacuum up. So you send over the green signal to the set, which is on. So when it detects something, it's going to turn it on. So you only need one condition to turn it on, right? Actually, let me put this box down here so it makes a little bit more sense. Hopefully. Maybe. So we take this and then connect it here. We'll make that green. Again, you can have this in front of this window, but you definitely want to have your output probably in a deeper part of the base. But think about it. You've got honeycomb everywhere across your base. It's going to be so nice to like come in here, drop stuff off, and then go back out, because you can have the output of this just go deep. Oh, by the way, you know what? We might as well hook this in, right? Let's bring this little guy down here. Oh, you know, we'll wait on that, because I think it's a bit easier for us to pull it out. Anyways, we got to connect the two layers. Okay, so those conditions are met. This is our main power that's coming in from the battery. No matter what, this is always going to be on. This is determining, this memory cell is determining if the rest of this power here is going to go through the circuit. So I'm actually going to drag this down here. I think we should probably make that... Should we make it... let's make it hot pink so you can kind of know. Right, so this won't get turned on until these conditions are met, or until we turn on various switches and whatnot. And you know what? This toggle button down here is to, like, if something's stuck, you can press this to turn it on. But since this is an automatic circuit, if it doesn't detect anything inside and both the conditions fail, it will turn itself off. It's a giant power saver, and you'll love it. Trust me. It's your best friend. We're just gonna push this into toggle. So essentially, we can switch the state on and off. Actually, we can turn this on now, right? Yeah, boy. Okay, so we have these guys powered. This one's always going to be powered. You can actually see it on right now. We can actually turn it on. And then this guy we can turn on as well, I believe. I don't think it's powered yet. It is not. How did we power this one before? Did I put it off the side? Or is that the side that... Oh, yeah. Duh. Wait, is that right? Oh, wait, am I crazy? I am crazy. This needs to come off the main circuit. Oh, man. Okay. Woo! I knew I forgot something. All right, so basically, what's happening here is, before this power switch is even on, this conveyor is always going to be on. So for that to be a thing, before this even goes to the power switch... Sorry, I messed it up. I messed it up bad. This guy here is going to be powered. So this green circuit... Right? Our input shouldn't be the power in. I'm sorry. This should actually be... I mean, it is power in, but this is going to be powered... I was right about it always being on, but it needs to be on all the time, even if the circuit's off. It'll make sense here in a little bit, I promise. So the main battery power is coming out here. Before it even hits the power switch... The reason why we did it before the power switch is, like, the conveyor condition's always going to be on. So essentially, this guy right here, before it even hits that power switch... Actually, let me turn on the red real fast. Alright, so even though the circuit's off right now, the yellow line is going over to our green conveyor, which is our detection circuit. So going up and over, always green, always on. And this is going to determine whether or not this guy turns on. Alright, so that's on as well. And so when this circuit's ready to go, it's just a way to, like, power save more of this stuff. And I think I put just a red circuit over here. So this is the output, right? So essentially, as soon as it detects something here, the rest of this is going to power up the furnaces and then the exit conveyor. So that way this is only idling on one all the time, which is more than manageable. So before, when we had the other circuit plugged in, it's actually going to be right there. Let me light this up because I know it's getting confusing now. That's the conveyor that's going to pull it out. So this guy's always peeling off 2 units of power and putting it here as long as this circuit's on, which it is now. Is that right? No, I have to put it after. Oh my goodness. Oh no, no, I got that right. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. All right, hold on. I did. I messed it up twice. When this comes out, I'm sorry. This goes here and then under this guy, and then our main power. We're actually being powered through the. Oh wow, we're being powered through the memory module. Woo, buddy! Did I mess that up? I mean, you could do it the other way, but this is actually more efficient with power. Wow. Hopefully this makes sense. I'm gonna place this here. Bring it back down. I forgot how I did it. Like, you could do it the other way, but I don't know, this is just better. So, essentially, let's try this again. So, if this guy's on here, it's powering this memory cell. The memory cell will only turn on when these other conditions are met. This has to always have power to send a green signal, an on signal, to this memory cell. So, because of that, this skips the circuit before this even gets turned on, and this always has power. There we go. Actually, it's probably good that we have that left in there, because you're going to wire it incorrectly for sure, at least the first time. So because that's always on, this can always send a pass or fail signal through the green wire. And we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm trying to take a drink at the same time. There's the green wire. When that's turned on, then the power from this side of the memory cell can get pushed up. In this case, before it goes on and powers anything else, it hits a branch. This branch is going to peel off the power and give it to this conveyor. Right? Then the rest of this is going to go to the furnaces. I was starting to run out of input or outputs, and I was like, I think I wired this wrong. So in this case, it's going to go right here, and then we've got a branch right down here. So remember, this is already set to 9. Right? You can configure it from the window. Whoopsie. So there you go. Alright, so that should be good to go there. This guy only needs 2 units of power because the branch priority is on the left. And this guy needs 2 units of power to run because once it actually runs the conveyor, it needs to send 1 signal out here to fail. Remember, if both of these orange lines are turned on, which means there's failure on both of them, which means there's nothing to vacuum up and nothing to take out of the furnaces, it throws the signal out the top of this. Then shutting off the circuit because this is a reset. Then putting this back to the detection mode, which is 1 unit of power because this guy's peeling off and only using 1 unit of power on this conveyor. We got it. Okay. Sweet. Now we can start connecting all these different shelves together. So we've got the output here somewhere. Is that it? Yes. And we can bring it out and around this lip. Might be the best way to do it. We should probably make that yellow. Have it go back here on the wall, and then have it go into, I think it's right under there. Yep, there we go. Let's make that yellow so it's not as confusing. These are the pieces that are interconnected inside. There we go, and then tap reload once. So that's connecting the top shelf to the bottom shelf. And then the output, I'm trying to remember, you know what, let's do the input first. So this guy needs to feed the system. Remember, it's going sequentially. I should probably just bring it right here on the lip, bring it back in right here, because remember, these need to ride around the outside. They're not like cables where you can go through things. I wish. I freaking wish. And then we have it enter here. And now let's paint this green. That's the input. Oh my, did I flick the... Yes, I did. Alright, that needs to be green. Alright, so what's happening here is this conveyor is sucking up whatever's here in those conditions, throwing it up to our main circuit. This is hitting a main splitter. This guy's going to all of the yellow lines. This is connected. The back furnace is connected. This is connected. The output of this is going down to the next shelf down here, and then interlinking all of these, and then the output is here at this, what is this, combiner? And now we got to bring this combiner up to this location here. So let's do that like this. You know what, let's make it orange to start. Then if we get this close enough to the edge, we might be able to hit it right there. Ooh, baby. I don't know if I like the way that looks. Let's bring it around the lip. But you see, since this is a window, we should be able to have all these like connect no matter what. Or have the window be placed no matter what. Nice. All right, so we'll show you that the window does actually place on this. See what I mean? It's crazy, right? But those pipes will obstruct any other kind of building. It's windows and doors it's fine with. All right, so hopefully we did this all right, because I messed it up real bad the first time. Hopefully it gives you more insight when you're actually placing this. Let's make an exit box here. Let's just make a square out here, shall we? Place that right there. We'll have a storage adapter on top. So, the way this should work, if we did this right, this guy needs to exit here. And then wherever this is going to be in your base, hopefully it's deeper in your base, that would be ideal. Oopsie, oopsie. I'm going to make a couple code locks. Then we're going to test it. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. It's almost nighttime. Yikes. Okay. So, this guy... Actually, let's just go ahead and hit this. It should light everything up. Oh, thank goodness for that. Turning that on. And so it's not going to detect anything in the circuit, so it should shut off if we did everything right. Oh, thank goodness. Now we're going to go to the orange here and tap this node. Ta-da! Now it should, if it detects whatever needs to be vacuumed up here with the filter, which is raw materials. In our case, we're in Builder's Paradise, so we can only have sulfur. So we can take this 112 sulfur back up. It should start up the furnaces. So it's vacuuming this up now. Beautiful. Distributing it across the furnaces. And when, obviously this one's going to fail first, because obviously it can vacuum it up first. Obviously. So this is actually failing right now. So it's got 1 going to the end switch. Now we're just waiting for this other condition to be met, which is A, this one. So as soon as it doesn't have anything to remove from the furnaces, there it goes. It finally tripped. So now you can do something like a whole backpack, just like this. Actually, let's seal it up. Let's get stupid. Seal it up, and we're gonna dump the whole backpack in there. Let's get crazy. That'll take roughly 40 minutes to cook the whole thing. That's a full backpack. And then it'll dump it out here. And if you've got this inside, deep inside your base, this orange line here, for your cooked materials, you're good to go. So essentially you can have the inbox right up here against the window. Let's say this is your corridor as you walk in. You can drop that off and then go right back out to doing monuments or farming. Bingo. 20 units of power when it's on. And then when it's off, it's going to idle at 1. And if you need to toggle the position, you can do that here with the red button. Well, to forcefully turn it on. There you go. That's the triangle honeycomb auto furnace. We got there. We did it. Ta-da! Hey, Brittany, what do you mean? What's broken about it? Hi, guys. Hi. Vernacio. Yes. Wait, we're on the update right now. Baby. Hey. Wow, we did almost go from a complete day cycle. Whoa, dude. That's crazy. But this should, if we have 200 units of power, which I don't know if we do. Oh, no, we do. 362. Yeah, we can last the night. Ah, let's see, that's so dope, right? You can get all that stuff like good to go. You're good. Bruh. Bingo. Man, I messed up the back half of that. Hopefully that still made sense. We'll see. We did it. We're the best. $20 units of power, dude. That's so hot. You're hot. What? Shut up. Bussin'. Are you bussin'? I'm bussin'. Bussin'. Electricity. Alright, fellas, we probably gotta wrap it up here pretty soon. As much as I want to go over there and do the other stuff, we will, probably on the next stream. But we're pretty loaded right now. As far as how much time I had, we're alerted. So yeah, we'll wrap it up here. We should have, I think it's the auto locker today that's being released. Is the auto locker? So be on the lookout for that. We'll be doing a stream a little bit later, and we'll be doing the invincible base, unraidable base later today. Alright, have a fantastic day. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Good night, good day, good afternoon.